this webinar or this virtual town hall meeting finds everybody rested and at peace, and also eager to learn and to ask questions of our elected officials as we stand at the intersection of hope and uncertainty. So it is my wish that this day is filled again with you asking questions from your perspective on what it is that these elected officials that we put in office will do for our chamber. And I expect that each of you will ask questions. Again, it is our city, it's your business. And as our members, we hope that you, again, will take this opportunity and platform to engage and seek resolution and thoughts, and to advocate for the chamber to be sustainable long-term for our city. So again, with that, I yield it back to Jordan, to Mr. Kearney, and again, wish everybody a great day, an engaging day, and remember that the chamber is doing great things, and that's because of you and because of your membership and your engagement. So let's keep it going, and don't be afraid. Be unapologetically fierce in your questions, be bold, and stand up for what you believe in, and ask the questions as they come, unfiltered and impactful. All right, so have a good morning, and I'll be on and off throughout the day, but wanted to make sure I kicked it off in the spirit of which the chamber was founded, which is for advocating on behalf of African-American businesses. I yield the floor back to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Chairman Dunn. Thank you so very much. President and CEO Eric Kearney, I'm going to unmute you. I have you.
I'm unmuted.
Yes,
free.
sir.
Okay, beautiful people, thank you so much for joining. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you for your support of the chamber, as our chairman just said, and thank you for your engagement, your civic engagement. Want to thank the good people at the Realtist Association. They're strong supporters of the African American Chamber of Commerce, and they're very important to the economic vitality and vibrancy of our community. Also would like to thank Cincinnati City Council for their participation. Christopher Smitherman, Vice Mayor Christopher Smitherman is our host today, but other offices helped. One thing that I should note is that my wife, Jan Michelle, will not participate in this town hall. And we'll remind you about that throughout the day, because the city ethics say that there's a conflict there, because I'm president of the chamber and she's on city council and we receive funding. So we've taken the position that we're not gonna interact at all on items like this. So just so you know that she's not gonna be on the Zoom today. This is an exciting day. This is always a big event for us. I can see that our numbers are already very high. They'll continue to be high throughout the day. If you've got to take a bathroom break, obviously do that, and then come right back. Come right back, so you can come in and out. And so we love to have you. Thank you, Jordan, for all of your hard work in assembling this. And thank you to our board members who are participating today. And thank you again to all of you who are members and friends of the African American Chamber of Commerce. So thank you all. Jordan, it is you, and I think you've got a few words, and then you're going to toss it to Derek Dansby.
Thank you so much, Eric. I really appreciate it. Today is going to be a phenomenal day. We're super excited about today. And I love following up behind Eric and Chairman Dunn, because as they both said, you know, it's truly going to be great. So ask the questions that you have, and if you need help, please reach out to me, okay? Please share this out to your friends and family. If they would like to join us today, we are more than willing to have them on our Zoom. So we have an awesome lineup. Please check out our social medias for all updates. I will also be in your private messages. So we have quite a few people on, so I'm getting to you. So make sure that you fill out our survey today. Give us some feedback. Okay, you'll hear me talk about that all day. And then feel free to jump in and out, okay? And if you have any issues, feel free to email me. And I am dropping my email in the chat as I pass off the mic. So we have a great, great, great relationship, as you've heard, with the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association. So I would like to introduce to you the individual who I really, really, really admire and who is truly always working, Derek Dansby, also known as Downtown Dansby. So truly doing his thing. So give me 1 second to unmute you.
Good morning, everyone. Jordan, thank you for the introduction. I'd like to first of all thank you, Jordan, for putting this on, and definitely a big shout to Jason Dunn, chair of the board of the African American Chamber. You, alongside with the leadership of Eric Kearney, you guys are doing a fabulous job. So, kudos to the board, staff, at the Greater Cincinnati Northern Kentucky African American Chamber for putting this event on, but for being an advocate for African American small businesses, for small businesses in general, for businesses of women-owned led entrepreneurs, as well as for a number of entrepreneurs that are part of our association, the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association. Our organization stands for Democracy in Housing. We are a local chapter of the national organization, which is the National Association of Real Estate Brokers. NAREB was founded in 1947 as a direct result of African American families not being able to get adequate housing after World War II, when there was a GI Bill and plenty of opportunities for African Americans to buy houses. Our founding members were finding that they couldn't get equal access to their investors, their buyers, to buy homes in predominantly white communities. Thus sparked the founding of NAREB. One of our founders is actually from the local area here in Cincinnati. So the GCRA, the Cincinnati Realtors Association, is a very strong chapter, both nationally as well as locally. So we are here today to help participate and join in, to be an advocate for what the Chamber's been doing. I think this is our second or third year we've partnered with the Greater Cincinnati African American Chamber on this event. We're happy to do that. One of our major tenets of our strategic objectives is to be an advocate for democracy in housing. So by doing Government Day in collaboration with the Greater Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky African American Chamber, it allows us to do that, but also to spread our message that we want to dramatically increase the number of African American homeowners in the city of Cincinnati. We're seeing great rises in the level of home ownership in the city, and we want to ensure that African American families are a part of that picture. So I just want to go ahead and toss it back to Jordan or to Eric, and just thank you all again for putting this together. And just, I'm just scrolling through the gallery here. I mean, there's some wonderful, wonderful people on this call today. Representative Driehaus, Christy Coons, is that April Pope, Eric Ellis, our president, Dave Van Gassett, is also on the call. Morgan Owens, Robert Bell, Lawrence Jones. So just hey to everyone who's there. Thank you all for joining in and participating in this. I am going to be jumping on and off the call, but I'll try to be more on than off. So thank you again, Jordan. I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to you.
Thank you so much, Derek. Thank you so much. So let's talk about what's happening at the Chamber during this time. So the Chamber is still in full motion. So please, 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 if you need anything, reach out to us. So I am dropping my information here into the chat right now so everyone can see. Feel free to reach out to me via email if you have any questions today. And I want to take care of a couple housekeeping things as we are building out today. So our next featured speaker will be on at 10 o'clock. We are excited to have Council Member PG Sittenfeld with us this morning. As you well know, there have been a lot of changes, so we have a lot of people jumping in and out today. So please make sure you're tuning into our social medias, okay, for the agenda. We are also emailing it out as we speak, so please check your emails and make sure that you get it there as well. We are We are also keeping everyone up to date in what's going on in real time. So please stay tuned to the chat feature, okay, on the Zoom as well. If you're on your mobile device watching us on Zoom, thank you for joining us there. Okay, you will be able to see the chat pop up as you will be able to see the chat pop up as it's coming out. So feel free to talk to us there. I see Johnny Spot Concierge is here, so we appreciate you all for being here as well. Kelly Prather is in the building as well, so we appreciate you for being here as well. So please feel free to ask any questions that you would like in the chat. Couple more housekeeping things, okay, and then I'll stop. And I'm sorry I didn't realize that my video wasn't on. I actually have on my bow tie in honor of Eric Kearney today, okay, because I know he would have his on if we were at City Hall physically. So I have mine on for him today. It's kind of blending in, though. I don't have a nice ring light over here. So we are working remote, okay? So we have virtual programming that's happening here at the Chamber. So this Zoom feature has truly been something that we've learned to love. We do our team meetings on it. We actually are excited to have Virtual City Hall Day on it today. And we are going to do some programming about it. And on Thursday, we have video conferencing 101 with Joshua Reed of Influ with the Minority Business Assistance Center. So please, please, please tune into that and check that out on our website. So that would be a really great opportunity for you to learn more about Zoom. And I think that that's something that we all need to kind of do during these times, right? We have to move with the tech. So we're excited for City Hall Day today. We have a great lineup. And let me just kind of go through what will be happening today. And if you have questions, feel free to drop them in the chat, okay? Please feel free to introduce yourself in the chat to everyone. You can also privately message anyone in the chat. So if you hear a question or you want to connect with someone, please feel free to connect, okay? I want this to be as much of a networking space as possible. My production assistant has got my lights together here in the background. You can perfectly see me now. This is great. Okay, so please make sure you use the raise your hand feature if you would like to be brought on the phone, okay? And then, or if you would like to be brought on the line to ask your question live, and then please feel free to drop it in the chat. Last couple things of housekeeping, okay? If you're jumping in and jumping out, that's no problem, okay? We're super excited to have you all day when you're available. We will have a lot of things happening, so let's get into it. So we had our introductions, and we've got all of that happening. So we got housekeeping right now on our agenda. Councilmember PG Sittenfeld is on our lineup. We have Jennifer McKenzie, the interim director of Department of Economic Inclusion today. Councilmember Landsman, Cheryl Long, the assistant city manager, excuse me. And then we have more words from the African American Chamber today, as well as the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association, our wonderful sponsor. We have Councilmember Pastor. We even have Mayor Cranley today, guys, okay, right at noon. So we will have the mayor in the building, okay. Vice Mayor Smitherman, of course, who's our amazing host today. And shout out to Henry Rickey. Super excited for all the things that we have brewing today. And then Councilmember Sunderman. And then we're trying to get Councilmember David Mann in there as well. We're moving things around. They had a budget and finance meeting come up, if you're just now joining us, that has kind of moved things around. So if you guys are down to be fluid with us, we're going to make sure that this happens in a beautiful light today. And you're going to leave here with great answers, as well as great opportunities to connect, talk, and learn more about City Hall and ways that you can, work with the city, opportunities. And during these new times, I think that that's super important, right? So please make sure you're checking out our social medias, all right? Last little plug, okay? If you do happen to hop off today and you're still missing the chamber, be sure to check us out on YouTube, okay? Go to AfricanAmericanChamber.com, okay? And if you hear anything referenced about our videos, Eric Kearney, our president and CEO, is dropping business briefings, okay? So giving information and tips, okay? And I'm going to say this here, Eric, he does not think that they are great, but we get rave reviews, okay? We get rave reviews about those business briefings, and they are truly, truly great. So we really appreciate you, Eric, for that. And I know the community truly does too. So we're super excited about those. Check those out on our YouTube at African American Chamber, okay, on YouTube. I don't know how we solidified that. We truly got it. So it's goal, African American Chamber. So give me 1 second. We're going to get Councilmember Sittenfeld. And if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand, drop them in the chat. Okay. All right, we got people joining us. We're up to about 65 people in here, so we really appreciate it. Please make sure you introduce yourself. I know we have Ms. Shawn Crosby in the building as well from the Cincinnati Claims Director for the Ohio Bureau of Workers' Compensation, so we really appreciate you being here. And I know you have some of your team in here as well, so please, please, please utilize this time to connect, okay? Please make sure that you are networking during these times because I mean, you know, it kind of stinks that we can't be in person, right? You know, and that we can't have that physical interaction, right, of people. And being the program director at the African American Chamber, we do over 120 programs a year. And in 2019, we did 176. And so that means you're around a lot of people, right? Yeah, it means you get to see a lot of folks. And being remote, you know, it has really, really been kind of lonely at times, right? You know, because you just don't have all of that interaction. So we're super excited to be able to create this networking space for individuals today as well. So if you're a member of the chamber, if you're not a member of the chamber, if you're a member of the Realtist, if you're all of those things, okay, we appreciate you being here. We're super excited to create this platform. Please, please, please make sure that you connect. So let's see, I'm answering questions. Do you guys have if you guys have any questions, please drop it in there. My email address is in here as well. I'm going to pin it so that way everyone can see it. All right. We have Keena Smith from the Franklin County Economic Development. Awesome. We've got Larry Brown of PTAC in the building. Larry, good to see you. Good to hear from you. I know you are in the new position at the Ohio University Procurement Technical Assistance Center, so that's awesome. Congratulations. And I'm going through the feed to introduce everyone. Let's see. Did I shout Johnny Spot Concierge? Let's see. We have Christy Clement Williams. Tony Fairhead, we appreciate you being here. 513 Day. Felicia Bell, thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Awesome. Tamara Lang says she's eating a cupcake, so you had her beat on the health side, Eric, as you were eating your apple. And we understand, you know, we got Ken Cartwright in the house. Hey, board member Ken Cartwright, thank you for being here. We have Tamika O'Neill. Please drop your contact information in as well so individuals can connect with you. We are super, super excited to have you guys here. We want this to truly be a networking opportunity for you all day long, okay? And it can be from anywhere. It can be from anywhere. We have Amanda Gray from the Small Business Enterprise. She's the program manager in the Metropolitan Sewer District of Greater Cincinnati. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. We've got Raynell Moore, Senior Development Director at the Friars Club in here today. Thank you so much for being here. We truly appreciate it. Helping a couple people navigate. April Pope, our amazing board member, April Pope in the building. Thank you so much for being here, April. Oh, thank you. You're awesome, April. Well, I can only do the work that I do because of our great leadership at the helm of Eric and the board. You guys are truly doing great things, and I think we truly live up to our hashtag that great things are happening. You know, truly, truly. Helping a couple people navigate. We've got Shantina Benson with Firm Startup. Hey, Shantina. Hey, how you doing? Bridget Kinney from LV Creations, Exclusive Graphic Designs. Welcome, Bridget. Thank you for being here. Oh, Amanda, thank you. I'm excited for today. You know, we've been working really hard. I know Henry Ricky's on the call as well. We've been working hard for three long weeks on this, trying to pivot it from a physical space to the virtual space. And I think that, during this time, you have to kind of, some things you can be proactive about, but some things you just got to make happen, and Derek Dansby of the Realtist, of Greater Cincinnati Realtist Association, when we were in the physical space, we were talking about how we were making this happen. So as this, turned to the virtual space, we all got together and truly brought it to life. And so we're super excited for today. Give me 1 second, helping a couple people navigate. Be sure to tune into our social media for our agenda today as well. We will be getting started here in just a second with Councilmember PG Sittenfeld. And if you dropped your information, I will shout you out as we go throughout the day. So we want to make sure that we get everyone. We're excited for this virtual City Hall Day, but also just to have you guys in the building, to be able to connect and network. All right, give me 1 second. All right. All right. Councilmember Sittenfeld is arriving. Give me 1 second to get him unmuted as he joins. Councilmember Sittenfeld.
How's everyone doing?
Hey, we got you. Okay, great. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So I know things have been hairy with the budget and finance meetings and everything that you guys have going. So we really appreciate you guys making time for us today.
Thank you for having us. And yeah, apologies. I think probably everyone on the call knows I was slotted for a 9:30 a.m. slot, and the chair of budget and finance held an emergency 9 a.m. meeting. So thank you for your forgiveness, your being charitable with scheduling.
You're so very welcome. Yes, sir. We're very glad to have you. And I know that you don't have much time, so we want to be able to give you the floor. So I give you guys the amazing council member, PG Sittenfeld. Thank you so much.
You can determine for yourself whether the adjective before that introduction is necessary. But Jordan, thank you for all of your great work. President Kearney, thank you for your awesome leadership of the chamber. I feel compelled to say President Kearney was once my favorite Kearney. And now after, also getting to know Celeste and Asher better too, I'm not even sure he's in the top 3 anymore, but there's always room to grow from there. So I know. I'm sorry we are coming together under the circumstance. Obviously, 4 months ago, none of us probably had, well, maybe go back a little further, 5-6 months ago, none of us had a global pandemic in mind, but we are where we are. And I think one of the things that this whole situation has made so clear is the exacerbation of existing inequities, existing disparities that were already there. So this is not new. I think for a lot of people, it's shining a light on them. And one of the realities is that's true for our businesses too. And this is a timely moment that we're coming together because literally in about an hour, I have a piece of legislation on that will get a vote of council to take $500,000 and repurpose it as grants. So not loans, not favorable loans, but as grants to minority-owned businesses located in the city of Cincinnati. And I think that this is important for a couple of reasons. One, while we wish it weren't so, the reality is that Black and Brown-led businesses face steeper barriers to entry. Excuse me. So I think government needs to say we're going to step up and have their back, because if we lose them now, if we lose them in the next 3 months, in the next 6 months, it's going to be more challenging to bring them back. The second, the sort of second piece of that, and President Kearney and I have spoken about this pretty extensively. We are seeing increasingly every day that, well, I think PPP was well intended because they needed to move quickly. This tsunami of a pandemic came into our lives pretty abruptly. There were a lot of flaws in it, and a lot of excellent small businesses, a lot of excellent small businesses that call the city of Cincinnati home were not in a position to qualify and actually end up receiving and benefiting from those funds. So that's one thing. Again, $500,000. We'd probably try and, if it passes and has the support of my colleagues, we would divvy it up in anywhere from $5,000 to $25,000 grants to businesses across the city of Cincinnati. But one other thing I would say, I'm sure my colleagues have mentioned this too, we're facing the worst budget deficit in the history of city of Cincinnati. It's right now anywhere between $80 and $92 million. We'll do everything we can to prioritize the basics that people depend on, public safety, getting the trash picked up. Obviously, our health department was just with Commissioner Moore a few moments ago in council chambers. So I cannot tell you exactly where that budget process is going to land and end. We all want to get to the other side of this as quickly as possible. So those as opening remarks. I know this is meant to be a conversation and a forum for my absorbing feedback and hearing what specifically we can help with. So I will pipe down Jordan or Eric, and glad to hear any feedback or take any questions.
Sure. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate that. Let me see. We have one question here from Gail Billings. Let me unmute Gail. Gail, you are live.
Yes, I wanted to know, really, Councilman Sittenfeld did answer my question. I was wanting to know what was the city doing to help small businesses as far as grants and not loans.
Yeah, and here, can I just, let me say to you all what I'm going to say, publicly to my colleagues in about an hour. Although obviously there's been preliminary debate about these things, but it's actually going to get the vote today. I think there's a pretty fundamental question we have to ask ourselves because, I won't name check anyone, but there are people in this building, the building where I am now, who I think we can't free up that money and send it as grants to Black-owned small businesses because we might need it for our own basic services. And, when I hear that, I kind of hear, well, so we have this universe of essential services, but in contract, Black-owned small businesses somehow aren't essential. And I just think we need to reject that thinking. And the reality is, the county, I know Commissioner Driehaus made an announcement last week that they're going to take some of the federal funds that made their way down to the county and distribute them as small business grants, although I don't think it's specifically for, Black and brown owned small businesses. Obviously, the feds had their PPP program, but I don't think the city should say, oh, someone else is doing this. And I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here, but many of you probably own a small business that has not been in a position to actually get some of those funds. And when we think about survival 3 months from now, 6 months from now, being able to meet payroll, keep up with rent, keep on top of those utilities, the difference of $20,000 could be the difference between going under or not. We want to give everyone at least a fighting chance to keep their enterprise afloat. So I'll be able to report back, obviously by shortly after 2 p.m. today on the fate of whether it passed or not.
Thank you so much. Let's see. We have Kelly Prather. Give me 1 second. Let me unmute Kelly.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi, PG.
Kelly,
How are you?
I'm good. Hope you're doing okay and healthy.
Yeah, I'm blessed and highly favored in remission, and thank you for your support during my battle with cancer. I appreciate you. But I do have a question, and I'm happy you mentioned that where you're talking about the fact that Black-owned businesses continue to be left out of the loop. And that is also true in healthcare. There's a lot of small Black-owned home healthcare agencies, and we don't get access to the contracts. And in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, I think that we need to look at how healthcare services are provided and who get opportunities to work with different populations. So from a city council standpoint, what can you do to ensure that home health agencies, small Black-owned home health agencies, get access to the contract so that they can provide the services that will help keep our patients healthy?
So, I always try and be, candid when I don't know the immediate remedy, but, whether it is legislative, as we've done, obviously the city of Cincinnati for the letting of our own contracts in specific areas, we commissioned a Croson study, engaged in that Croson study, used it to change the city's own, own policies for our spend with MBEs, WBEs. So Kelly, I actually don't know off the top of my head, and I would need to just look at sort of our jurisdiction. Is this something we can legislate a better outcome? Is it simply, making the right introductions so that, folks know who folks like you are at City Hall to be able to plug you in? But I do want to be clear. I do agree with the premise. I mean, there's not a single aspect of either city business where we are the one letting the contract or where we are the sort of like, the governing and regulatory body where, Black, brown owned businesses should be left out. So I'm glad to pick that conversation up with you and figure out which path is the one to go down to solve that.
All right, let's see. We've got Derek Dansby. Give me
Hey,
one
Derek.
second. Muted Derek. Derek, got you, man.
Hey, Jordan. Thanks, Jordan. Thanks, PG, for joining us today. I'm Vice President, Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association. Just want to thank you again in your busy schedule for spending some time with us.
Thanks for having me.
The pandemic, it's definitely shown where we've had some gaping holes in healthcare. I also think it's showing where we have some ginormous holes as it relates to housing. I think we realize now that housing is more important more than ever now. A good home, a good quality home is important. Over the past 5-6 years as a real estate agent in the city of Cincinnati, I've seen a tremendous amount of investment happening here in the city for new single families, new condos, townhomes, you name it. Unfortunately, the percentage of those new homeowners amongst African Americans has not gone up. It's actually gone down. I'm curious, as Vice President of the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association, what can we do to work closer with the city of Cincinnati to dramatically increase the number of African American homeowners in the city of Cincinnati?
Yeah, so a few different things. One, just because this whole conversation, can you all still hear me? Something just flashed across that said your internet is unstable. Okay, I'm getting a thumbs up. Because this conversation is happening in the context of a pandemic, to me from the very get-go, and I'll be honest, some of you are probably property owners who you may or may not love this, but I have strongly supported a moratorium on evictions. I mean, there's just something that rings hollow about saying to people, stay at home, stay at home. Well, what if you didn't have a home to begin with, or if your housing security is being threatened? So I think that's an important policy point in the midst of this. Drake, I think a couple things. I spoke to a 73-year-old constituent who lives in Madisonville just the other day. And one of the challenges I think we have to wrap our minds around, and I welcome your and others' input on this, is if you have already been an existing homeowner and you've owned your home for a long time, maybe it's been a home that stayed in your family, and gentrification, other development has caused property taxes to rise around that, including your own. We need to find some sort of way of, and we have to do it in a way that obviously is legal, but freezing, and a lot of these folks are seniors on fixed incomes, right? Finding a way so that surrounding development, which usually, we want to grow, we want to develop as a city, isn't dramatically altering the property taxes of existing homeowners and pricing them out of their homes. So a good way to keep a stable representation for homeownership is not have people who are already homeowners lose their homes. Beyond that, and I'm probably maybe like spilling the beans here a little bit more, and I see Henry from Christopher Smitherman's office on the line. I know they've been very involved in this, but we have a motion put together specifically altering the residential abatement process in the city of Cincinnati. And I think the bottom line is we need a more equitable process. And one of the most frequent complaints that we hear all across the city is why, if somebody builds a $1 million new house in Hyde Park, are they basically not having to pay, like their property taxes? Why don't we use the tools we have to incentivize homeownership, to make homeownership more attainable, including for the Black community in Cincinnati? Why don't we use those tools to target, middle class or, sort of low income homeownership in 40 of the neighborhoods across the city where there's not a whole lot of development, rather than saying someone builds a $1 million new house in, a very affluent neighborhood, and they're essentially not having to pay property taxes. So I think the system is kind of broken, and I believe can be retooled in a way that makes homeownership more attainable and just a more fair policy. But look, I as with most of the questions I'll be asked today, you have every bit and then some of the expertise I do. So, I know you asked the question, but I'm sure you have good thoughts and answers too. And you know where to find me to, pass those thoughts along.
Thank you so much for that. We have another question, if you have time, from our board chairman, Jason Dunn.
Chairman Dunn.
Let's get him unmuted. Sorry about that.
And Chairman Dunn, let me just say, as you get unmuted, again, so much about this whole situation. My wife cut my hair for the first time last week, and that's the least of it, but I know we're all having first. I know you did not anticipate our convention center being repurposed as an overflow hospital, but there has been a spirit of, we're all in this together, we're having to improvise. So sincere thanks to you, one, for your awesome leadership. I know this is such a hard time for the CVB, but especially for graciously and generously, putting that a facility toward the end of for public health purposes.
I appreciate that, and thank you. And we're looking forward to getting back to business and to helping all of us kind of pull out of this. So I appreciate that spirit and your cooperation. On behalf of the board and the members on this call, just a very quick question. That we understand the budget is being looked at for next year and the remaining of this year, and we just want to know what is your position as we know, African American business is very important to Cincinnati. Is your position that you will support as much as possible the full funding of the chamber for the 2020-21 funding period? Because if we cannot function as an advocate and to help our fellow members, the African American business landscape, as you stated, is it could fail. So we want to make sure that we have your support. And as our members stand here and asking you, I want to ensure that you support our efforts and the sustainability of the organization. So will you support the African American Chamber's funding model as it currently states? Or if you can't, would you support it as best to your ability?
Yeah, so one, I think you know my position on this because I have cast 9 votes over the last 9 years, and I have always been a strong yes vote for the funding for the African American Chamber. I do look, it's no favor to anyone to sugarcoat a very difficult situation. I don't know where a $80 to $92 million budget deficit is going to be left out. So I don't want to sit here and say, you guys are going to get every last cent that you did last year. I'll be honest with you. I do think because the funds that I'm sponsoring the motion for grants to Black and brown businesses across the city of Cincinnati is the Cincinnati Access Fund. These were dollars that were never general fund dollars. So we're not competing with the general fund. This isn't competing with police and fire and health and parks and all of that stuff. These dollars, their original intent was to support minority business enterprise across the city of Cincinnati. And for almost 2 years now, those dollars have been sitting essentially idle. So in terms of saying, okay, we're broke on the operating side, I want to get this passed today to allocate the first $500,000 in grants. I then think for organizations like the Chamber, like Mortar, like Hillman, that support my thesis that, Black and brown businesses, yeah, they're essential too. They're an essential part of our city. That there are more dollars left in that CAF fund, that I think that would be a good place, because we do have to support the operations of the African American Chamber and other sort of components of our business support ecosystem. So I think I just want to be clear, it's going to be a very challenging budget, but I think there are sources that are true to the spirit of making good on that past support. And I see my colleague Councilman Young, I see my colleague Councilmember Mann. So I don't know if I've officially run over my time, but I will go if I don't get booted immediately here, I'll go in the chat box, put my email, put my phone number, and folks who had a question or want to get in touch. Tariq, honestly, I would actually love to have that conversation with you about your own answers to that question. Kelly, give me a call on my cell phone to talk that through. But for anyone else that wants to follow up with something offline, please do so. And let me also just say thank you to the people on this call who do work in healthcare. Everyone is making sacrifices and navigating a challenging time, but I see my wonderful friend, Christy Bryant Coons and others. Thank you for helping literally save lives. It is not hyperbole to say that's what you're doing. So appreciate all of your efforts. Thank you for letting me be part of the conversation today. And I will cede the floor to one of my great colleagues and put my number and put my contact information in the chat box.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you, Councilmember Sittenfeld, for all that you have done for the chamber. We are blessed to have you in a lot of our photos that are here for 2020. I think that you are on the corner of our booklet on the cover, so we're super excited to have you there. I know you and I are standing next to each other on this side, so we're there. So we thank you for all your great support and being here with us today. It truly means the world to us. So thank you so much. So please feel free to jump back in later on today too if you get some time. I know you guys have a busy day today. So we thank you so very much. I know I have a couple individuals that did not get to ask their question. So what I'll do is I will get their information, connect them personally with you as well and your team and Chris. So I really appreciate you, Councilmember Sittenfeld, and you have a wonderful day. And we look forward to seeing you maybe later on today. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, so I know we have Council Member Mann here with us. Give me 1 second. Council Member Mann, I'm going to unmute you.
Thanks.
Yes, sir, I got you. Hey, thank you so much. So I would like to give you our wonderful council member, David Mann.
Thank you so much. Did Wendell get on first? I don't want to. Wendell's my revered colleague, so I don't want to take his point and his position in line here.
No, sir. We have Wendell scheduled for 11 o'clock today.
Okay. All right. Well, it is a complicated day, as you know, and
Yes, sir.
part of it is the council's been meeting every other week. Budget and finance, which I have as my assignment this term as chair, has been meeting just to minimize the amount of time we have to gather together. And City Hall has been meeting on Wednesdays, and it got complicated because we had a special meeting at the request of the mayor to deal with some of the issues surrounding the opening of the restaurants and the outside dining that's going to take place on Friday. But let me just quickly cover 2 or 3 things. First of all, I assume that Eric is by, but the arrival of Jan Michelle has been one of the most wonderful changes that I've seen in all my years at City Council. She is a wonderful human being and has jumped right in and displayed her talents and her values, which the citizens of this community are going to benefit from for a long, long time. And I'm so grateful that she's there. Budget and finance, the budget situation in the city is awful, as you may have heard. Through the end of March, our revenues were ahead of projections. You can believe this, by $24 million. And now our projections are at the end of the year, we have a deficit of somewhere around 15 million before we've taken some proactive steps to begin to try to deal with that. And that's because we are so dependent on the wage tax and income tax. When businesses close, when people are laid off, that has an immediate effect on our collections. 70% of our income comes from the income and the wage tax. And major cities in Ohio are vulnerable similarly. In the whole country, the 4 cities that are the most vulnerable in the time of layoffs to financial problems are the 4 biggest in Ohio. Columbus is first, Cincinnati is second, and down the list, the top 10 are Cleveland and Toledo. In good times, the income tax is very helpful. In bad times, when there's been this quick a transition, it's a problem. What have we done so far about that $15 million gap? For the last 3 months of the fiscal year, our fiscal year ends June 30. We've furloughed, give or take, 1,700 employees, 600 full-time, 1,100 part-time. By furlough, we hope that they will come back, that we're able to come back and that they're still available. We've continued their health insurance. It saves us about $1 million a month. So that's 3 million. So the 15 million is now down to 12. We made the decision to reduce our leverage fund commitment for the last 3 months of the year by 25%. Leverage funds are things like the support for the African American Chamber of Commerce, the Port Authority, Ready, Sensitech, Centrifuge, and also the support that we give to human services functions. It wasn't a happy vote. It's the second unhappy vote in a very short time period. That saved us another $3 million. That leaves us about $9 million we've got to address. And the steps that we're taking probably will include using some of the money in the special reserve fund that we established on short notice. We have reserves generally of $45 million, but we added $50 million with an emergency loan that the mayor, I think quite rightly, advocated very early on, but as interest rates were so low, it's all lined up and we can use that. And of course, we taxpayers will pay it back over time. So we can invade that to the tune of $8 or $9 million that may be necessary. We're trying to capture as much funding that is becoming available from the federal and state government. A lot of that is restricted in the sense that we can use it only for pandemic related expenses. And of course, revenue loss per se from layoffs and from businesses going through the floor is not something that's considered a pandemic related expense, unfortunately. And that's why it's so important that the Democrats in the Washington are successful in adding to the next stimulus bill revenue loss relief for cities and other jurisdictions around the country. If that doesn't happen, and if this thing continues a while, we got an additional heap of a problem. As you know, those kind of limitations on our revenues impact our ability to meet the human needs in our community, evictions, food supply, and the like. And we've taken measures to try to support human beings that are impacted there. And fortunately, the United Way, the Greater Cincinnati Foundation have stepped up. And fortunately, there's been some revision. Well, first of all, we got some new community development block grant money, a special grant. And going forward, we think that we can use some of that for purposes of restoring the funding, at least for the human services charities that have received our human services funding in recent years. So what's the other thing? Obviously, the impact of the COVID-19 on the African-American community in a disparate way is a further confirmation that in this city, at least in many American cities, there's a difference in health between those that are Black and those that are white. We know this in Cincinnati from the life expectancy differences between Avondale and North Avondale, between Walnut Hills and Evanston on the one hand, Clifton where I live, Mount Lookout. I mean, for some of those neighborhoods, the disparity is 20 years of life, asthma problems in kids, all these things. So then we get hit with the pandemic, and guess what? If you're African American, you're more vulnerable if you get it. And then the other thing that we need to be reminded of is that so many of the essential work that we are now praising, not just first responders, but hospital workers, folks in nursing who care for those in nursing homes. I'm blessed to have a mother who's 102 years old, who is in a facility that I haven't been able to see her for 2 months because of the rules about protecting her, except on FaceTime. But guess what? Most of the folks that take care of her are African American. They're probably not being paid what they should be paid, and they're going to work every day, exposes them, and our society is dependent on their doing that, just as we're dependent on folks that are driving buses, folks that are picking up waste and taking care of so many things in our society. So I hope this is a stark reminder of the debt that we owe, and therefore the even higher obligation to address that disparity, which is, of course, to some extent economic. I'm sure PG talked about the initiative that he's bringing forward today that's going to provide a grant fund for minority businesses. Obviously, the minority community is best served by thriving minority businesses who have a special sense of responsibility to the minority community. That's a quick take. We go back at 11. I don't want to invade Wendell's time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. But we are so appreciative of the African American Chamber of Commerce, all that it does, and so impressed with your new facility there on Gilbert Avenue. And admire so much the leadership of Senator Kearney.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Mann. We really appreciate you and for being here today. Do you have time for a couple quick questions if we have them?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, yes, sir. If everyone looks at the bottom right-hand corner of kind of like your participants bar, you can raise your hand. So what we can do is unmute you. And if you look, Eric Kearney just raised his hand, okay? So feel free to raise your hand and we'll unmute you and allow you to get your question in. So Eric, I'm unmuting you now.
Okay, Councilmember Mann, thank you for being on. You're chair of the Finance Committee. What can we do, the African American Chamber of Commerce and the business community, to kind of plead our case to you and to members of City Council about the importance of Black businesses and small businesses to the Cincinnati economy?
Communication, and Eric, you were at the last meeting of the committee and advocating for the grant fund that is coming forward today, and we're going to act on. There's no substitute for in the old days face-to-face meetings, but now you were in the building. But communications and communications of substance. This is important. Here's why. What do you think of this? That needs to happen again and again. That in a nutshell is what I would suggest. And the fiscal year begins July 1 is going to be, I talked about the year that's winding up. The projections today, assuming some comeback of businesses for that fiscal year, are that we have a deficit of $91 million on it. This is on an overall budget of about $4 million. And that's why that revenue relief from Washington is so critical. So as we decide how we're going to prioritize what we take out of the budget, if the number stays $91 million, your presence, your advocacy is so critical.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. I know, let's see, we have a question from Ken Cartwright, one of our amazing board members. Give me 1 second. Ken, I'm unmuting you now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I can, yes. Yes.
Ken Cartwright, I'm a board member for the African American Chamber. I just want to ask you, Mr. Mann, are you in support of the African American Chamber budget?
Yes. That's a separate question from how much money we're going to be able to provide to you for the fiscal year begins July 1. We're going to get the proposed budget from the administration and the mayor. They're going to compress that traditional 15-day gap between administration presentation and the mayor's tweaks. We're going to get that on June 15th. We must pass the the budget must be passed by June 30. Our target is to pass it on June 24th. So we're trying to compress what usually takes a better part of a month into about a week. We will have public hearings in some form, probably the 16th and 18th in the evening. We don't know whether there's a way to make those at all with physical presence of members of the public, or whether we're going to get try to have a sophisticated Zoom capacity to hear from people. As many as want to participate. I understand that this can be done, and we're working on it. So, but if it's not what I said earlier, I've been a long-time supporter of the African American Chamber, and I so treasure the leadership of Senator Kearney.
Thank you so much. All right, we have one more question from Bridget Kinney, and then we will move to Councilmember Young. One moment. Bridget, you are live.
All right, Mr. Mann, my question is, considering this COVID-19 pandemic, those that have relocated to this city, such as myself, what are you doing for those businesses to kind of help them ease into the transition of moving into the new city and being reintroduced, as far as financially is what I'm saying?
Well, I expect the council today will approve a pot of money, $500,000, that will be available for grants to minority businesses to help them survive the period that they're in right now. Now, is your business one that is started, or you're getting ready to start?
Yeah, because I know, like, I mean, I'm granted, I've been in business for about, this will be my 4th year coming in.
Okay.
But meaning, since I'm in a new city, I'm kind of like basically, quote unquote, starting over in a sense. So that's why I was kind of asking that question, because I know there's some businesses that may be similar to mine that have just moved into the city because of obviously the great opportunities that are here. I just wanted to see what else are you doing as far as incentives to kind of help them ease themselves along, considering that we're not able to, like, really solicit services because of everybody struggling financially and in other ways as well.
What is the nature of your business? I'm sorry.
Graphic design.
Okay. Well, we have a pretty aggressive program intending to give business to minority companies. It has improved quite a bit in the last 6 years under the leadership of the council and that came in then along with the mayor. So our numbers are much better. It includes construction contracting, professional services, and goods and commodities. We have goals, and we spent the dollars for the necessary study to document for the purpose of the Supreme. Guess what? We spent $1 million and found that there was a history of discrimination against Black-owned businesses. But that's what we had to do to satisfy the dictates of the Supreme Court. We have to renew that now so that it's updated. But that because of that, we're able to have expressed preferences, which we do. And we have a economic inclusion department, an effort that we're proud of now. All those things are difficult right at the moment, and this council is committed to those programs and those goals, and I'm sure we'll do all we can.
Thank you for that. We have one last question for you, Mr. Mann. I want to make sure we get it in, and it is from Troy Parker. Troy, I am unmuting you now.
Okay, yes. My name is Troy Parker. I'm with Innovative Labor and Cleaning. We're a temporary staffing company, and I wanted to share my experience. I applied for the PPP program, and due to the fact that I started my company when I first came home from prison 5 years ago, when I was in a halfway house, and in the fourth quarter of 2019, we had 120 employees. Then it dropped off a little just due to seasonally, but I was unable to get the PPP because I have 5 months more of supervised release. Now, Senator Portman has been working to help change that. He reached out to me. Eric Kearney helped put me in touch with Senator Portman. My question is, with this new grant, will there be any stipulations that would not allow a person who had a criminal past, because 90% of our employees are people from the Talbot House, River City Correction, people who are returning citizens. We work with Hamilton County Reentry. So in this grant, will be open to everyone, because they said the PPP was for everyone, but it's really not. So my question
The answer is yes. Yeah, the answer is yes. And thank you for all that you're doing. Congratulations for your successes. And there's little in our society that's more important than to find ways to correct the awful record of the society in terms of incarceration rates, reasons for incarceration, and all the rest. So yes, and that there won't be that restriction.
All right. Thank you so much, Councilmember Mann. We really appreciate you being here, and thank you for taking the questions today. We know you guys have a busy day, so we won't hold you up any longer, but we will be going on till about 2 o'clock. So if you want to jump back in and check out what we've got going, we'd love to have you. Okay. Have a great day.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for all that you do. You're very important to our city.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. We are going to bring Council Member Greg Landsman to the microphone. Give me 1 second. I'm going to scroll down to you, Council Member Landsman. And Council Member Landsman, you are unmuted. You are live, sir. Thank you for being here today. We appreciate it.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Great.
Good. You staying safe? I was it not Wendell? Was it not Councilman Young? I don't want to step in front of anyone.
So I had it mixed up. I apologize. I had you down for 10:30 to 11, and then we will have Councilmember Young at 11 o'clock.
All right.
That was my apologies.
Okay. I just didn't want to mess with my good friend.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you all for still doing this day. It's a great day, and hopefully it still has the same impact. I just want to mention a few things. One is when I came before you before, I talked about updating our development policies. So the incentives that we provide to folks that are doing development in the commercial development in the city, we've been working on a whole host of changes as part of our balanced development approach, where we would provide these incentives, but start to incentivize local hire, so that folks from the neighborhoods that are being affected are first in line for those jobs, career training, not just additional inclusion efforts, but a real attempt to get small businesses in our neighborhoods included in these developments, and a few other things that I promised I would work on. We are drafting ordinances now and hope to have all of that done this year, so that going into 2021, we have development policies that are much, much more inclusive and put our workers and our small businesses front of the line, not at the back. So that's happening. We're passing today worker protection law that would protect our workers. And I think that will help not only workers, but also businesses to ensure that they can stay open so that fewer people are getting sick, or no one is getting sick. And then we've been working on an effort to support Black and brown businesses with additional resources. And I believe we'll pass today an effort to provide resources for folks that were struggling to get through or into the PPP program. It was something that I pushed back on initially because I think we can get private sector money faster, and I still believe that. The challenge is I think this money is going to be put up against, unless we get a big federal relief package passed, which, fingers crossed, and we'll be asking everyone for support next week to push on Congress to provide relief to state and cities so that we can do all of the work that we've done in the past and more. This money may get pitted against city employees, and I'm trying to work to avoid that. So, incredibly supportive of not just the African American Chamber and, your work, each of you. I'm so grateful for the investment that you're making in the city. But I am very committed to a whole host of policies and changes that we've been leading on, and I believe will get done this year, that will make our approach to attracting investments and building an economy infinitely more inclusive, because we're incentivizing the inclusion of more and more small businesses, Black and brown businesses, and doing it in a way that says, look, we want what I call diversity in our inclusion. So inclusion is great, but if it's the same companies over and over, it's not as great as a broad access to opportunities that more and more businesses are achieving, and that I think requires a level of diversity in our inclusion program that I'm pushing for, and I believe we'll vote on by the end of the year successfully. So that's my 2 cents. And just as you're thinking about questions, I make sure that you all have my email. It's just greg.landsman@cincinnati-oh.gov. I personally respond to every email. So if you need any help, I think Senator Kearney knows that I'm pretty responsive and get on it quickly. But also, you can call my cell phone I'm one of the few people that provides cell phones. So, and people use it, and it's great. So my cell phone is 513-646-0186 for immediate assistance. 513-646-0186. I really do believe that I work for all of you, which I say to all of the folks that I represent, and it's true. So with that, if there are any questions, I would be more than pleased to answer them.
Thank you so much for that, Councilmember Landsman. If you guys have a question, feel free to scroll down to the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. You should be able to raise your hand, okay? Feel free to raise your hand and we will get you unmuted, okay? So that way you can ask your question. And then if you would like to, if you're having trouble with that, drop it in the chat and let me know and I'll be able to get you there too. Derek Dansby, you will be our first one. So let me go ahead and unmute you, Derek. You are live.
Hey, Derek.
Hey, Greg. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm okay. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. In spite of everything, thanks for joining us and participating.
Sure.
I know that you have been a long time champion for equitable housing and fair development, equitable development, and we appreciate your support for that. My question to you kind of is moving forward with what it is that you're proposing in terms of equitable development. A number of our investors are with the Realtors Association. As you know, right now, real estate inventory is an all-time low. So when we talk about equitable development and doing, having equitable partners at the table, there's a number of different investors that are already out there that are looking for projects. Unfortunately, there's no inventory of projects for them to find. We have a couple of entities in the city and the county that are literally holding on to portfolio of properties that they could be doing projects with. Unfortunately, there's no transparency.
Are you referring to the port?
Of course.
Yeah,
of course.
Okay, yeah.
And the city provides the port with a variety of those.
I understand.
So I mean, the port has basically no oversight. They can do whatever they want to do, however they want to do it. Has there been any conversation about maybe amending or adjusting the relationship with the Port Authority to allow more equitable distribution of the properties that they're holding on to?
Yeah. Yes. I don't know how others have engaged. I've asked for all of the enabling legislation and documents. It's a ton. And it's been frustrating. There's a lot that the port does or could do that I'm very supportive of. There's also been frustrations along the way, and I don't get the same level of responsiveness as I get with other folks, and so my ability to impact change has been limited. So I have pulled those documents and working through them. Unfortunately, outside of the money we provide, we don't have any real mechanism to hold them accountable. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't use the $600,000. So I can start working with you on what I know to be true and what I think is in in play. But yes, I think there's an opportunity, a huge opportunity to do some big change with the port. It's just going to require either their cooperation, which has been a challenge, or the legislature. And I don't know how likely that's going to be. But Derek, maybe we can meet and talk through options, or we can create a working group. I don't want to not like something that takes forever, but a phone call that we do every week until we sort out some options. Because I could use some help on this, as it's been a challenge for me. On the balanced development part, it will be, we passed the balanced development motion, which put in motion, I believe, about 8 ordinances that would have been voted on by now, but because of COVID, the drafting stopped, and we're trying to restart the drafting of ordinances, but it will. Let me just give you the highlights, and then I can send it to Eric and the team and get it out to everyone. But it would be updating the way in which we score projects. So in order to get an incentive, any incentive, you would have to have local hire commitments, inclusion commitments that include small local businesses, Black and brown businesses in the neighborhood, anti-displacement efforts, a whole host of things that would be in the scoring that aren't in the scoring today, affordability in terms of housing, if there's housing involved. And then this prioritizing, our land for affordable housing and certain projects. The other big one is requiring developers to have a partnership with minority developers. We only have a few Black developers in the city of Cincinnati, and so we can, I think, change that in part by having new partnerships that build up the capacity of Black developers and allow them to start, taking on these projects without others. But that is also one of the ordinances that I hope my colleagues will support. But we'll get you. I believe there are 8 in total. It's a comprehensive fix to our development policies in terms of making it much, much more equitable and balanced.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Does anyone else have a question for Councilmember Landsman? All right, Councilmember Landsman, we really appreciate you being here with us today, for your constant support of the African American Chamber. We really appreciate all that you guys are doing down at City Hall, and thank you for taking the time today, as I know your schedule is very crazy and hectic, so we really appreciate you taking the time.
It was good to see all your faces. I've been scrolling through, and you forget how much you miss people until you see their faces. So,
That's
anyways,
right. That's right.
Bye, y'all. See you soon.
Okay, see ya. All right. Awesome. That was a great time with Councilmember Landsman. We really appreciate you guys asking all your questions. Happy to have you guys here. So do I see Jennifer McKenzie? Jennifer, hey, I'm gonna unmute you. I'll give you a few minutes, and then we will go to Councilmember Wendell Young. Okay, let me introduce to you Jennifer McKenzie. Jennifer, I got you under unmute, so you're live. Introduce yourself and welcome.
How are you? For a lot of you who may not know me, I am the interim director for the Department of Economic Inclusion. I've actually been a part of the inclusion process since before we actually had a Department of Economic Inclusion. I used to be a senior assistant city solicitor, so I was involved with the previous disparity study and the drafting of the legislation related to our programs that we administer. I served as the deputy director under our 2 previous directors, Tom Corey and Markia Carter. And then just at the end of January, when Director Carter was appointed interim director of the Department of Community and Economic Development, I was asked to take on this interim role with the Department of Economic Inclusion. It's been an interesting time, to say the least, to be a member, or to be stepping into the role as an interim director of a department. Certainly all the plans and expectations and ideas that we had for moving forward, taking all of the wonderful things that are done in the past and then continuing to build on those, gets a little more complicated under our current circumstances. We had, for the first month, we had 80% of our staff on furlough, which unfortunately meant we had to temporarily suspend our certification processes. We hope to get back to those as quickly as we possibly can, in order to make sure, though, that we could continue to set goals on contracts to ensure continued minority and women business involvement and inclusion in our projects, we automatically extended anyone who would have been expiring in April and May by 60 days. Now that it's clear that TEL is going to be going on a little longer, we will do that again because we want to make sure nobody drops out when we can't move forward with applications for renewal. So we're very committed to making sure our small minority and women businesses that through no fault of their own are not going to be able to renew certifications at this point are still able to participate as much as possible in all of the city contracting. And then we've also been looking at what our renewal process will look like to try to kind of expedite some of those things, streamline things a little bit more when people get back into the office and we can get back to continuing and resuming those really necessary certification processes. But we're setting goals every day, and we just have this constant influx, and we're trying to really ensure that the participation is not only, looks good in numbers, but it is meaningful, that there's real opportunities that will hopefully give these firms the opportunity to build capacity and grow their businesses in a really difficult time right now. And then we're also part of the working group that is going to be dealing with the assistance for Black and brown businesses. It's going to be addressed at council today. And we're here. I am happy to answer any questions anyone may have about our programs, what we're doing, what our plans were before this, and what we hope to get back to as quickly as possible. We're anxious to get to a place again where we can start to work so closely on outreach efforts and programming with the African American Chamber and Small Business Administration and Mortar and all the groups that with whom we tend to work to really try to connect with businesses that we can assist.
Jennifer, thank you for the great work that you're doing. Thank you so much for being here with us today for our virtual City Hall Day. We truly, truly appreciate it. I will be sure if anyone has any questions to be sure to connect them with you personally. So we really appreciate all the work that you're doing, stepping into the role that you're in, and the great work that the City of Cincinnati is doing. So thank you so much for being here with us today.
Not a problem. And although our offices are closed to the public right now, you have, I think, all my contact information. And if there's anything more you need, I'll provide it to please share. We are always happy and excited to be able to connect with all of our minority and women-owned businesses in the city of Cincinnati and to see how we can be of assistance to them.
Thank you so much. Awesome. Well, have a wonderful day, and we will see you soon. We'll be in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right. You as well. Bye-bye. All righty. So now, that was amazing, right? Shout out to Jennifer McKenzie. They're doing great things down there. So we would like to bring on next our amazing council member, Wendell Young. And I'm looking for Wendell to unmute him. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Okay, I think we may have stepped out. I know that they have an 11 o'clock, so he will probably jump back in. So I do apologize for that. Let's see. All right. All right, give me a thumbs up if you're enjoying City Hall Day so far. If you got your camera on. If you don't have your camera on, you can use the emojis in the bottom of this. You didn't know that this was going to be a webinar on Zoom too, okay, while we're here. But you can drop emojis. And if you see Eric Kearney, our president up there in the corner, he always drops emojis. He's very good with Zoom. So be sure to drop us some emojis. Let us know how you're feeling, okay? And we will make this happen. So we are super excited. So let's see. We just got a call from the health commissioner's office, and unfortunately, she's been called into the 11 o'clock budget committee meeting, so she won't be able to make it. She's going to try to make it a little bit later for us, okay? So we want to make sure that we are able to get to everyone. So I'd like to take some time right now until we can get Councilmember Wendell Young on. I would like to take some time to, number one, see if there's any questions in the chat. Give you guys a few shout outs, okay? Let you know about some things that are going on at the chamber and what else we have going on today. So let's see. I don't think I shouted out Christy Kuntz from UC Health. Thank you so much for being here, Christy. Truly means a lot. UC Health is a big supporter of the African American Chamber. We really appreciate you guys always utilizing our space and doing great things. Let's see. We've also got Celeste Treese in the building. Thank you for being here. We've got Shirley Blair. Shirley, how you doing? I miss seeing you at programs. Thank you for being here. We have Eric Ellis in the building too. Eric, welcome. Thank you for being here. Kelly Prather, of course, thank you so much. Troy Parker, thank you so much for sharing your story, talking about things that we all need to know about, things that are definitely concerning to us all. Let's see. Bridget Kinney, thank you so much for your amazing information and questions. Felicia, thank you so much. Gary Davis is here. Thank you so much. Our industry focus right now is on child daycare providers, and we are working with Cincinnati Preschool Promise at the African American Chamber to bring them member services benefits that basically help them with their employee benefits. So we have 401k options. We have discounted marketing opportunities for them. We have, we're building out a roundtable as we speak, and we have a partnership with Cincinnati Preschool Promise to actually fund for all daycare providers inside of their network free membership for a year with the African American Chamber. So if you are a Cincinnati Preschool Promise provider and you know or know one, please, please, please let us know if they have not heard about us, that we get connected and we can give them the connections to Cincinnati Preschool Promise about what we've got going. We just had an amazing webinar with Chuck Futel, as well as myself, talking about what we're doing with the chamber, as well as money during these different times. So please, if you have anyone, please put me in the loop with them, and I will definitely get them connected with our amazing team. Our membership director is Alex Thomas. She's doing great stuff at the chamber, so we really appreciate it. I see Henry Rickey threw us a thumbs up. Henry Rickey has truly, truly, truly worked alongside me, working to create Virtual City Hall Day in the light that it is. Henry has truly been a great asset in this. He has led the charge in getting all of our council members scheduled, as well as truly working behind the scenes with me to make it all happen. So Henry, I can't thank you enough, and I will continue to give you more shout outs throughout the day because you are doing your thing, man. We really appreciate it. And the host, Vice Mayor Smitherman's office. So let's see. So we have one question from Africa Wallace. If you have any questions or would like to say anything, please raise your hand. I'll unmute you. We'll take about 5 minutes for a little Q&A and a little mid-mix networking. Okay, and then we will have Eric Kearney with a slideshow. Okay, so give me 1 second, Africa. I'm going to unmute you. Let me know if you have any questions. All right, Africa, I got you. Africa, can you hear us? Okay, we'll have to come back to Africa. Her hand has been up for a second, so I do apologize if I missed you. Please feel free to raise it again, and I will bring you back on live. Eric, are you prepared for me to throw it at you? Yes, sir. Okay, I'm unmuting you now. You are live, sir.
Okay, I am unmuted. So I am, I'm here. I wanted to share with you a couple of things that some of the council members earlier this morning referenced, and that is a fund that we're working on. Jordan, if you could unmute my or unlock my ability to share my screen, because I would like for everyone to take a look at this. Can I do that now? Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so we did a presentation in front of Cincinnati City Council about a fund that we're putting together with the good folks over at Mortar. And so a couple of council members referenced some money that the city of Cincinnati is contemplating providing to this fund. And so I want to tell you a little bit about it. Start off with a quote from Arthur Ashe, who everybody, well, I don't know, maybe some people don't remember him, but he was the first African-American professional tennis player to win Wimbledon. Also, later in his life, he suffered from AIDS due to a blood transfusion, and he was a big advocate, a great humanitarian and advocate. I've tried to keep on with my strivings because this is the only hope I have of ever achieving anything worthwhile and lasting. So this is a response that we have to the COVID-19. It's the African American Chamber walking hand in hand with our good friends at Mortar and our good friends at GCMI, the Hispanic Chamber, the Indian American Chamber, LISC, and OTR Chamber. They should also be on there. And it's called the Minority Business Emergency Assistance Fund. It's a crowdfunding effort at mightycause.com/organizations/save our businesses. And we're trying to raise $100,000 so that we can distribute that money to Black minority-owned businesses. That effort has really gone well. I'll just tell you that we're going to make an announcement either later this week or next week that will blow everybody away in terms of our goal and what we've been able to do. I have to say, Derek Brazil over at Mortar has done an amazing job. So you may recall we did a survey of African American Chamber members. This survey created the data or some of the data in order to support this fund that we're going to do. So we asked our members, have you applied for the PPP? And you can see that 85% did, some did not, but the overwhelming majority of our members applied for the PPP. And the applications range from $1,000 up to $2.3 million. The median request was $45,000. So that means that most of the people were at 45,000, around that number, maybe 35, maybe 50, but in that sweet spot. And there were, huge outliers if you're super big, 2.3 million or $1 million. Okay, so now this is an interesting slide because did you receive any money? 37% said yes, they did receive some money. 20% said no. 14% said they're still waiting. 9% said that they were asked for more money, more information, and then 18% said that they ran out of money. So effectively, 38% said yes. And if you break these numbers down, it's really 52% that were told no, if you include everything. So nationally, 91% of minority businesses did not receive any PPP money. And what are some of the observations or takeaways that we can learn from this? Many of our businesses applied. Many did not receive money. And here are the main reasons that people said. No response from the financial institution, money ran out, and the request and need for more information. So what are the needs of our community and our businesses? One, we need financial support. There's some studies out there that said there's 106 million up to 286 million of need in this greater Cincinnati market for our businesses. Our businesses also need technical assistance. That is help in completing the applications. And then we need help with having a good, solid banking relationship, a solid relationship with an accountant or a CPA, and then a relationship with a lawyer who can help our businesses get through the period and get through the application process. This fund called the Minority Business Emergency Assistance Fund, and we've got to come up with a sexier name, but it's all these organizations plus the Over the Rhine Chamber. I forgot to include them. I apologize for that. But it's Mortar, GCMI, the Hispanic Chamber, Indian American Chamber, and LISC, and the Urban League, all coming together to provide this type of funding. And so there'll be an announcement coming up, and I think you'll be very, very pleased and proud of the work. So that's just a quick slideshow to give you some information about what we're doing and one of the efforts that we have. And if people have questions about it, I'm more than happy to share it with you. We've got a couple of other slideshows that provide information that we think is really great. One that we'll do later today is about grants that are available for minority and women-owned businesses. And also barbers, beauticians. That particular slideshow has been off the charts in terms of people watching it. So we'll also share that one later today. If you have any questions, shoot them on the chat, I suppose. And then Jordan, perhaps you can tell me if we have our next speaker or how things are going. Just maybe send me a text message or let me know. Or if people have questions, happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Eric. We really appreciate it. That slideshow is great. And I said this at the beginning, guys, although he did not agree, that these slideshows have been phenomenal. Eric has been dropping great information and truly, truly stuff that I know is resourceful and that individuals are truly enjoying. So give me 1 second as we let people in. As a little bit of housekeeping, if you have a question, feel free to reach down into the bottom of your screen, bottom right-hand side, and you can click raise your hand. It'll allow you to raise your hand, and I will be able to actually see you, unmute you, and then you can have the floor. We are super excited about all the things that we have coming up today. So, of course, we have heard from Council Member P.G. Sittenfeld, Jennifer McKenzie, our Interim Director of Department of Economic Inclusion, Councilmember Greg Landsman, and this afternoon we will also have, here in just about 5 minutes, we will have Cheryl Long, the Assistant City Manager, and then we will have some short words from the African American Chamber, a little bit more housekeeping, and then words from Councilmember Pastor, and then at noon we have Mayor Cranley. Okay, so please stay tuned, and we still have a whole day of stuff going on, so feel free, if you got to jump out, if you need to go get food, if you need anything, feel free to jump out and jump back in. Okay, if you have questions, feel free to drop them into the chat. My team is on here as well, so I give a big shout out to our Director of Transformative Initiatives and Sponsorships, Christy Clement Williams, and our Membership Director, Alex Thomas.
Alex Thomas.
Yep. Sorry. I was reading as I was talking, Alex. I didn't forget about you. But Alex Thomas. So truly.
Henrietta is on too.
For the work that we're doing. We have Henrietta Hunter Shepherd, who is our city and state administrator. So we're very, very happy to have you all in the building. And we just saw Christy Clement on camera. So please, please, please make sure if you have questions about anything that's happening at the chamber right now, you can drop them into the chat. Remember, if you hear a question, okay, and this is my last piece of housekeeping with it, okay, if you have a question from maybe Derek, okay, or someone, or Bridget, someone who's asked a question, okay, or you maybe want to piggyback, or you maybe have some information, you have the feature in the chat to be able to connect with those individuals on a private channel, okay? So you can talk to us all in the group, but you can also talk in a private channel. So feel free to click on your chat button, okay? And if you hear somebody, it should have everyone who's active in here, you're able to access. So please make sure you're utilizing that feature to connect, okay?
Yeah, Jordan, you know, we can, if people want to take what is it, like a 4-minute bathroom break?
Sure.
We can let folks do that because, right, we've got the assistant city manager coming on in how many minutes?
And at 11:20.
Oh, 11:20. Okay, so 4-minute bathroom break. I'll answer questions like Ronald Williams, who is asking a question about what funding is available for businesses with no employees but are looking to hire employees. So I'm not quite sure, Ronald, if you're a startup or whether you're already in business. But what I can say is the fund that I referenced earlier would be available to you if you're in business and you're up and running. If you're a startup, we'd have to do some research, I think, to find a good fit for you. But you know, in terms of the loans, I mean the grants. I'm sorry, grants that we're going to do through the Minority Business Emergency Assistance Fund. That's wide open for you, and you can take advantage of that. Also, in terms of startup money, there's some startup money around, but that's a different bucket of money, and so we can put you in contact with some people if you reach out to the chamber after this call or after this Zoom. Were there other questions? Okay. Okay, we were asked by Zach Reed, and thank you, Zach, for being here. Zach is with the Ohio Secretary of State's office, and I think a couple of his colleagues are on the Zoom today, and we appreciate the Ohio Secretary of State, and we're going to have some other state officials that are going to jump in and things like that. So that's wonderful support that we're getting from Columbus. We have shared the results of our PPP survey with our members. We sent that out to our members directly. They got an email. We did a short video about the PPP money and the results of that survey, which we put on the YouTube channel and we put on the Facebook. The most amount of detail about our findings was provided to our members. That makes sense, obviously, right? We didn't divulge any confidential information. So if your company responded to the survey, we did not put your company name or your personal name or what you requested or your financial data. We didn't share that. And also, we have not shared the survey directly with the congressional delegation. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. So we'll make sure that we do that. We'll send it to our U.S. Senators Brown and Portman and to the people in the House of Representatives. So thank you for that, Zach Reed. Does anyone else have any questions that they would like to ask? Jordan, you can tell me if people are raising their hand or something like that. You have to control that part. I can't.
Yeah, so I don't see anyone raising their hand right now.
Okay, that's cool.
From the chat. So thank you for our questions and bathroom break, Eric. We really appreciate that. And definitely well needed as we get this amazing information. We now have, let me make sure we're doing okay on time, and I want to make sure I don't cut the bathroom break too early, okay? Make sure everybody's back in the chair. All right, so we have our assistant city manager on the line, okay? We have Cheryl Long with us here today. And Cheryl, you're muted, so give me 1 second. I'm gonna unmute you, and then I'll let you know when you're live. We're working remotely, so I've got like 2 big screens that I'm working on, so it takes a second. And I give you guys Cheryl Long. Cheryl, how are you? Hey, thank you for being here, and thank you for taking the time. I know you guys have a busy day today, so thank you so much.
Oh, no, no problem. And I will officially say you are the first Zoom call that I'll allow you to see my picture and my face. So.
Okay. Okay. Well, we've got Christy Clement Williams on here too, and she showed herself. So listen, this is a good day. Virtual City Hall Day is killing it already. Okay. Great, great, great. So thank you for being here. Please introduce yourself and talk to us.
Yeah, my name is Cheryl Long. I've officially been with the city as of a year, well, April 8th, so a little bit over a year. And I am in charge of mostly the outfacing operational departments. So the way that it works is obviously the city manager, he is my boss, but because there's such a large bandwidth of different departments and responsibilities, he has currently there's 2 of us active and 1 that is furloughed that we each are divvied up departments, and those department directors report to us. So I have building and inspections, public services, MSD, waterworks. I'm the health board liaison, planning, transportation, Duke Energy Convention Center, and the Office of Environmental Sustainability. I'm holding that. I'm babysitting that department until City Manager Jewett returns to us in July. So I have some amazing directors that are underneath my report. Obviously everything has been flipped on our head with the virus taking over City Hall and the community. However, I will say that I'm so happy to be in Cincinnati, because prior to that was in a smaller community, which, it was to see that we are prioritizing the resources and doing what we can to make sure we organize accordingly. City Hall has been a great place to be in putting the health of the community and the residents first and primary. We've had great leadership with the mayor, in addition to the city managers. So I'm excited to be a part of this team. So the way that it works is if you have any concerns, usually the department directors, it'll come from staff, go to the directors, and I'll come over to help guide the problems, whether it be permitting, development, sewers, water. It's just ongoing 24/7, but we are here to put the citizens of Cincinnati first. So I'll just open up to any questions. If you guys want to ask them, ask away. And there may be stuff that I may not be able to answer, but I will definitely, my email is open for anybody to be, you can share that. And then what I can do is give it to the department that would be the responsibility.
Awesome. If you have a question, please feel free to raise your hand. If not, feel free to drop it in the chat for me too, okay? And if you don't want to hop on camera or on the mic, I don't mind asking for you, okay? So feel free to drop it in there. It's much easier just to talk, so feel free to raise your hand and feel free to ask any questions. Kalista Smith has a question. Kalista, I'm unmuting you now. You are live.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Cheryl Long. My name's Kalista Smith. My business is Scale Strategic Solutions. We do professional services in transforming information into action. And one of my questions is, where do you see growing need, especially in light of changes from COVID-19, for the city to have more vendors, particularly minority businesses? So what areas are you going to see more vendors or more projects come out for vendors?
Well, that's going to be, that's going to be interesting for us to really look at for the future. And I think that's where we're going to have Markia Carter, our Director of Economic Development, at the table to discuss that, in addition to procurement. As you know, the city does a really good job of wanting, with our contracts, to incentivizing or wanting diverse candidates to bid for different projects. And we do that through the procurement process. There is a certain type of, with our minority business owner program, there is a certain type of diversity that you have to move forward with different contracts through procurement. So honestly, right now, we've been so innovative with just trying to navigate the basic services right now with the virus, that will be something that we're going to have to look at, and I don't have the answer to at the moment. But hopefully within the next year or so. We're always looking at strategy and stuff. That was something that I would ask you to follow back up with us, and maybe we'll have a better direction.
Awesome, awesome. Do we have more questions for Cheryl? Feel free to drop them in the chat. Raise your hand if you would like as well.
And I will be happy to get off easy as well.
All right. Okay, then that's no problem. If you'll do me a favor and just drop your email in the chat for us so everyone has that, so that way they can connect with you too. We really appreciate you taking the time today, for being on camera with us as well. This has truly been an awesome experience thus far. We truly have a jam-packed lineup, so if you'd like to join us or stay on with us, you're more than welcome to. So we're super excited about it, and the African American Chamber truly appreciates what you're doing for the city of Cincinnati.
No worries. I'm going to probably log off because I have a committee meeting that I'm going to be looking at. But thank you all for what you're doing. Thank you for taking time from, this is interesting times that we're in, to log in. I know a lot of people are spending more time on their computer than they would choose to. But please use me as a resource. Send me an email. If I can help out, I will. And if not, then I'll forward it to the department that can.
So I have one question in my inbox. It says, what is your economic forecast?
As far as revenues, I think it's pretty bleak right now.
Okay.
Revenues are definitely down. We are hoping the city has been very proactive rather than reactive. So as you've seen over the news where we're talking about the outdoor seating and trying to get the small businesses up and running, especially when it comes to the restaurants. So a lot of my departments, for instance, we saw the ability from the governor to open up. And as of last week, Thursday, we have been quickly trying to allow restaurants to be able to maximize what the revenues coming in by trying to adjust and get more seating because of what they're not going to be allowed to be to have inside the restaurant. So there's been 10 departments that have quickly trying to stand up as of the 15th so that we can have, if a restaurant has 10, ability to seat 100, they may only have 50 and maybe 25 of that may be outside. So it's pretty bleak. We've been doing what we can with the tail as far as, to try to save where we can. But honestly, we're still in the millions there, and it's countrywide. I mean, this is not just us. We're doing what we can, but the goal is to get employees back to work. That's our first priority, and then to help and support businesses so they can do what they can in the situation that we have.
You said that you were going to get off easy, and now we have a whole nother question for you too. So thank you for the economic forecast. Okay, we've got Bridget Kinney. Bridget, you are live.
Yes, I have a question. For the hotel industry, what are your regulations that you're going to be allowing as far as accepting guests in to hotels since everything's starting to open back up?
Well, what we do is we really lean on the governor to see what his timeline is. And then prior to that, so I don't know, I don't think have they mentioned hotels as of yet? Forgive me, but have they opened them up as of yet?
That I'm not sure. Bridget, I'm going to unmute.
Yeah, I don't. So what we will do is we'll take what the governor has within the city of Cincinnati. Now remember, there's Hamilton County and there's the city of Cincinnati. So within the city of Cincinnati, what we will do is we'll take the governor orders because they are the ones really creating the circumstances in which businesses can open. And it's really the city's responsibility on that end to enforce those. So what we're just on is really the enforcement component of it. The governor provides the guidelines and then we enforce those. So depending on what the governor says, if he says they're open, this is what they need to operate in, we will then filter that information through. And then we will be, our health department, actually during committee meetings, they were, that's one of the topics we were talking about, the enforcement component as things are opening. They will then be, make sure that we communicate to those businesses how, and those hotels and how they're supposed to be operating. If complaints come in, we will then react. We're trying to be as proactive as possible, but remember with decreasing revenues, you don't have, there's sanitarians that are the ones that are going to be forcing these things. So although we are trying to be reactive and do a combo, it's going to be probably more, resident complaint based. So I would just say that once those guidelines come out, and if you see somebody that is violation, please reach out to the health department so we can be reactive and try to make sure we get them back on track.
Thank you for that. I have one more question for you, and then we will let you go. Celeste, I am unmuting you.
I'm sure we miss you where you used to be at.
What did you say?
We miss you where you used to be.
Oh, sorry.
But as far as bars and restaurants, bars in particular that typically don't have a lot of seating, they have a dance floor, and now they'll be able to reopen next week. So will that be up to the sanitarians to decide if they're in violation, since the governor did not give like a restricted number of how many people can actually be there if they don't provide that additional seating like via their dance floors?
That's a good question. And that will probably be something that I'd prefer to follow up with the health department on, because that's true. It's not really occupancy. I would think occupancy would be according to square footage, and then you would do a whole number versus, the amount of people. But I don't think it came down to that. I'm not sure though. So if you want, just so I can have the specifics of that, because that's a really, really good question. And I know a lot of people have been in the house so long that they're probably going to want to get out there and enjoy themselves. Please send me an email so I can follow up with that, because I don't know the answer, and I'm not going to give you incorrect information. But I would happy to know that for myself as well.
I was still muted. All right, Cheryl, thank you so much for taking the time today to be with us. It truly means a lot. We know there's a lot happening down there at City Hall, and we appreciate the work that you're doing. So please, please, please connect with Cheryl if you need anything, okay? And she's doing great things down there at City Hall. So thank you so much, and thank you for taking the time today.
No, thank you. Bye, guys. Enjoy your day. Stay healthy.
Thank you. See ya. I muted myself, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, so now we're back to some shout outs, and then we will have Council Member Pastor hopefully coming out of the second Budget and Finance meeting today. So if not, we will have a quick word from the Greater Cincinnati Realtist Association, as well as potentially another PowerPoint from the Chamber. So let me give a few shout outs as we go up. Let's see. So we've got Stacy Willis in the building from Honeywell. She said she's a new member of the African American Chamber, and she's excited to meet everyone. So she dropped her contact information in there. So please make sure you connect with her. Honeywell is a new member to the Chamber, and we're very appreciative to have you. Kenny Henning is here. So from the Ohio Secretary of State's office as well, Zachary Reed. So we really appreciate you guys for being here, Kenny, and all your support. Eric Ellis is in the building. We appreciate you being here from Integrity Development and Management Consulting. We've got Melanie Bryan of Ohio Bureau of Workers' Comp, a minority and small business advocate. Thank you so much for being here. We've got Robert Bell of Economic Inclusion. He's Director of Hamilton County, Ohio. So appreciate you being here, Robert, as well as being a very active person here in our chamber. Let's see, we've got Troy Parker. We shouted you out, Troy. Thank you for being here. We've got Amber Twitty of Dorothy Grace Consulting in the building. We've got Gina Marsh, Executive Director of Human Services Chamber of Hamilton County. So thank you so much for being here, Gina. We truly appreciate you. Did I shout out Christy Kuhn to UC Health? If I didn't, or if I did, I'm shouting her out again. Christy, thank you for being here. We appreciate you guys, truly. If you guys have information, okay, please be sure to raise your hand, okay, and I will bring you live so that way everyone can hear your questions. Please know that you can also drop anything into the chat feature. So we have the ability to talk to each other privately or as the entire group. So if you hear a question that you think resonates, maybe you have some information for somebody that asked, please make sure you connect with them. We want this to be as much of a networking space as possible. we're together all day. And talking about that, we just had a short bathroom break, okay? But if you need to get up and move around, if you got to go somewhere real quick, we will be live, okay, until about 2 o'clock, right up until the council meeting, and then we'll have some quick closing notes at about from 2 to 2:15. Okay, so if you're just joining us, let me update you. We've got quite a few meetings that we're maneuvering around today. So we've had Council Member Landsman already. We've had Council Member Mann. We just had Cheryl Long, Assistant City Manager. We had, Jennifer McKenzie of Economic Inclusion. She is the, and I do not want to mess up her title, so she's the interim director, of Economic Inclusion. We are hopefully going to be joined by Melba Moore, who is our health commissioner here for the city of Cincinnati. So, we are also awaiting potentially Council Member Jeff Pastor. If we happen to not grab him now, we will get him in here a little bit later. I'm sure of it. So thank you guys for joining us today. I would like to say that, as you're coming and going, these questions have been phenomenal, okay? If you have not shouted yourself out in the chat, please do so, okay? Please do so. We want to make sure that individuals in here are able to connect with you. If somebody wants to connect with you, that way I can go back and I can reference that as well to be able to get them. So please check in there for us. That would really, really, really help. If you have not checked out our information on our website, we have an entire COVID-19 resource guide that was put together by our Director of Transformative Initiatives and Sponsorships, Christy Clement Williams. It has a phenomenal, phenomenal information in it. It is on the cover page of our website. And big shout out to Market Direct and John Harmon for the great work that you guys do on our website and for all of our promotional goods. So when we were still in person, we were having member realignment, and you would get a swag bag when you would come. And hopefully if we could have been in person, you would have got a swag bag today too, right? Of great information of city stuff. But unfortunately, we are remote. So we will have to find good ways and cost-efficient ways to be able to send you guys great stuff at home, right? We've got to get a little take-home box or something, right? Going. I see we've got Switch Lighting. Oh, April Pope showing off her bag. Woo, 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 woo. We got Switch Lighting in the building. So Birdie Ray III is here. Thank you, Birdie, for being here. And I see that you are at Switch, okay? If you have not seen the phenomenal lighting at Switch, you can actually go look in the window. I do believe that you can come inside with an appointment, so please make sure you reach out to Birdie. They're doing great things. I actually ran into Birdie Ray III yesterday, and he told me about the great things that they're doing with PNC and some of the large projects that they've gotten during these times. And I think sometimes we talk about the negative aspects of what's happening, but we don't always talk about the positives. And one thing that I think is great for us here at the African American Chamber is that virtual programming is at an all-time high. Why? Because we didn't have it before COVID-19. We were fully physically present. We did not have our programs in the virtual setting, okay? Now we are virtual. And as we are talking about coming back into the facility and coming back into the space and social distancing and where it's changing, we're going to keep virtual programming, okay? So if you are, I know, Bridget, you're a little north of us, and I know individuals from all over tune into the words and information and programs that we have going. So we want to make sure that you all are able to access the programs, okay, in an efficient method that makes sense, okay? Also, we are recording these programs and putting them on, okay, on our website. And thank you to MDI for that great work as well. So we really appreciate that. Now, let's see. I got a couple questions in the feed. Let's see. Janie Allen Blue is here from Healthcare Resources Plus. Janie Allen Blue, Amber Twitty, and Morgan A. Owens are all on the call, and they are a part of our Executive Business Accelerator. And I'd be remiss if I did not shout out the Minority Business Assistance Center, which is housed at the African American Chamber. And our regional director is Deborah Davis. She covers 17 different counties, okay, here in Ohio. We have an office all the way up to Piketon. And I know earlier we had our business advisor, Marlene Font, on the call as well. She's probably off now. I don't see her on. She'll be jumping back on. But Marlene is doing great things in Piketon. So we have offices stretching all the way there. So we really would like to tell you a little bit more about that. So we have the Minority Business Assistance Center helps businesses with business plans, helps them with getting certified with the state. Currently right now, they are, the city I know has a hold on the certification process for individuals that maybe weren't with outside of that year. So if you have questions, I will drop it in the chat here in just a second. Or Alex, if you can drop it in there for me, I would really appreciate it. Deborah Davis's email, okay? And as we talked about Marlene, she's coming in, so we're talking about her. She's joining. So Marlene, welcome back. So happy to have you. The Minority Business Assistance Center is doing great things, but Deborah is a wealth of knowledge, especially when it comes to certification. Prince Johnson is on the call today. He is our first Veterans Business Enterprise, okay, from the Minority Business Assistance Center here in Cincinnati. So we're super excited about that, okay? If you have questions about that, please make sure you reach out and let us know. Alex, thank you so much for dropping that email in there. Please make sure if you guys would like to reach Deborah, that information is found on our website as well as here in the chat, so check that out. We do have a question, so from the Fire tablet, so I'm going to unmute you and allow you, so you are live.
Hi, this is Melanie Bryant. I'm the Minority and Small Business Advocate with the Bureau of Workers' Compensation. I just wanted to let everyone know who may not be aware. In the month of April, we distributed checks to all businesses who had workers' compensation coverage. We consider them to be rebate checks that would assist businesses during this COVID-19 pandemic. The rebate checks were pretty much the equivalent of all of their 2018 premiums. All of those checks went out in April, and because the mail is running a little slow, some people still have not received their checks. Since most people are working remotely, what we've been recommending is for them to periodically go to their place of business just to make sure they've received their checks. And for anyone who has questions about whether their check has been issued or where it's at in the process, I did leave my contact information in the chat, and they can contact me directly.
Thank you so much for that. We are super glad that you guys are on the call. And thank you so much for the great information and the great work that
You're welcome.
I know my parents are small business owners and have been for the last almost 35 years. And my mother was sharing with me that she got her check. So I know you guys are doing great works, and I know that it's helping businesses. And talking about child daycares, my parents are in the daycare facility for-profit business, and they're being, drastically hurt. So every single dollar counts. So we really, really appreciate the work that you guys are doing.
Thank you.
All right. Now let's see. I got a couple other people that I did not shout out. Did I shout out Peggy Glassmer? Peggy, thank you for being here today. We're so happy that you are here. And Bridget told me that she's back in Cincinnati. Okay, awesome. So we're happy to have you here. You're such a great spirit, and you're a phenomenal graphic designer. So thank you for being here. We could not do the work that we do without our amazing president and CEO, Eric Kearney, as well as our board, April Pope and Morgan Owens and Ken Cartwright, as well as Jason Dunn. We appreciate you guys and the work that you're doing, and I appreciate you guys for being here with us today. Derek, if you would like to say a few words about the Greater Cincinnati Realtist Association. I'm not sure if you're still live with us. If not, someone else from the Cincinnati Realtist Association can tell us a little bit. Derek, if you're available.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jordan. I do like the virtual space that allows us to multitask in ways we never thought. But I just want to say thanks again to the board of the African American Chamber, the staff, Eric, Jordan, the rest of the team, for all the hard work you guys are doing. This is a tremendous opportunity to not only hear from city council folks, but the city staff, as well as other entrepreneurs like myself and others. In this virtual world, we have a hard time just seeing each other and networking. So it's great to see all these beautiful faces and people on here and to really get that energy and to connect. The Greater Cincinnati Realtist is about democracy in housing. as well as dramatically increasing the number of homeowners that we have in the greater Cincinnati area. So we view this as a wonderful opportunity for us to continue, us to find collaborators, to us to find partners. So I know Gina's on the line. I know Felicia Bell. With the Greater Cincinnati Real Estate Investing Groups out there, we'd like to work with the realtors, as well as we work with you all to help you support your mission. We are more than happy to do that. Just shoot me a line, inbox me, call me, text me. We're happy to sit down and talk some more. But again, I'm just happy to be able to sit here and listen to this great information. And I just want to, again, thank the Chamber for doing all of this. I know there's a stacked agenda, so I'm going to go ahead and kick it on back to Jordan or whoever's next in the lineup.
Thank you so much, Tariq. Thank you so much. We really appreciate the work that the Cincinnati Realtors, Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association is doing. I know I have referred quite a few people to you guys as well, and they're excited about joining. I know when we were in the physical space, you guys were utilizing our office space as well, so we really appreciate that. It was always great having you guys in the building on Fridays. Fridays are always a quiet day at the Chamber for whatever reason, right? And we always got to see your guys' bright faces. So we really, really, really appreciate that. And the smells of your lunch were always phenomenal too. So you guys always eat good. That's how you know you can trust people, when they're good foodies, okay? When they're good foodies, you know that you can trust them, right? You definitely know when you can trust somebody when their palate is good. So we really, really appreciate that and the work that you guys are doing, your consistent support of the Chamber, and for supporting us here for Virtual City Hall Day. So before we move forward, let me let in our board member, Morgan A. All right. And Morgan would like to say a couple words as she's joining us. And Council Member Pastor is still in the Budget and Finance meeting. So Henry Rickey is in contact with his aide, and he should be joining in here shortly. So we are leading up till noon when we have the Mayor Cranley joining us. So give me 1 second. Let me unmute Morgan. All right, Ms. Owens, you are live.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Morgan A. Owens. If you're not familiar with me, I am a entrepreneur here in Cincinnati and also on the African American Chamber Board. And Jordan asked me to quickly come on here to speak about the great programs happening, but also the importance of you all. Make sure you're following us on social media. Our Instagram, Facebook, we're on Twitter. The importance of you following the African American Chamber on social media is because, one, we can also reshare your content if you have great things going on. That's amazing. We're all about great things happening at the Chamber. And so if you're on Instagram, Facebook, please follow us. Please join the free programs that are offered online via Zoom. We are only as good as our members and our support system, so please make sure that you do that. Thank you.
Morgan, thank you so much for your constant and consistent support of the African American Chamber and all the work that you're doing. We appreciate your help with programs. We had a phenomenal program with Morgan A. Owens just last week, so we really, really appreciate you guys being there. And so let's see. Just a bit of housekeeping. If you have just joined us, I know we've had about 5 new people come in. Please drop your information in the chat so individuals can connect with you. And just a reminder, we want today to be a networking opportunity. So feel free to drop in, any information that you would like individuals to know about your business. We will be live today until about 2 o'clock, around about 2:15-ish. So give me 1 second. I'm going to bring our membership director on the call. And Alex would like to talk about our info sessions. Alex, give me 1 second. I'm unmuting you. And you're unmuted, Alex. All right, we'll come back to Alex. Sorry about that. Okay, so Eric, I know we have a short slideshow that we can show, and then we will prepare for Mayor Cranley here at noon.
Am I unmuted?
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
And then can I share a screen? Yes, I can. Everything is right there, of course. Okay, so we're going to go through some of the grants that are available. And this was a show called No PPP, No Problem. So we may not get through all of this because the mayor may join in or another city council member may jump in. So if they don't, we'll make sure that we continue it, okay? So if you didn't get PPP, there are other sources of money for you. We already went through the Arthur Ashe quote. Wanted to remind you about the Minority Business Emergency Assistance Fund, Mortar, the African American Chamber, GCMI, Hispanic Chamber, Indian American Chamber, LISC, Over the Rhine Chamber, and Urban League, all are part of that. And so we're gonna do some great stuff. So if you're a stylish beautician or barber, there is beautychangeslives.com providing $1,000 grants for cosmetologists, estheticians, I'm not sure what that is, but makeup artists, barbers, and massage therapists. Also, the Dooney Fund, making micro loans, $100 to Black women entrepreneurs. I know that that's not a huge amount of money, but every little bit helps, right? Then there's Hello Alice, $50,000 grant and $10,000 in emergency loans. Hello Alice, so that's for women-owned businesses. Then Facebook, I think most people on this Zoom will know about this. Facebook has grants for employees 2 to 50 employees, and that's their small business grant program. And you can apply for that at facebook.com business boost grants. Spanx is giving away 1,000 grants of $5,000 to women-owned businesses, the Red Backpack Fund. It's a fund that begins at the beginning of each month. You might try it now to see if you can still apply for May, but I recommend that after you check this out, now that you go back in June and check out for it. So they do it at the beginning of each month.
Eric, can I interrupt you?
Yeah,
we have Health Commissioner Melba Moore.
We'll come back to it.
So we'll come back to our presentation. Yep. Thank you, Eric. We really appreciate that. Yep. I would like to introduce the amazing Health Commissioner, Melba Moore. Melba, I'm going to unmute you. You are now live. Thank you for joining us today.
Sure. Thank you for having me. Do I have a good connection? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You sound great.
Okay. Well, thank you for having me on. I was just in the Budget and Finance Committee, but what I want to say is the role of public health, the core functions of public health is assessment, assurance, and policy development. And with businesses reopening, and Eric, I had to wait until we presented to council before I got back to you to share the 3 little things that I think and I know that will help us as we move forward. Public health is required, as I said, assess. What is the situation that we have here? We have the reopening of businesses, and we want to make sure that residents, patrons, or feeling safe about those businesses, but also that those businesses are protecting their employees and that they're operating safely. So that's the assessment of what we know needs to happen. And we're operating off of the governor's order of Staying Safe Ohio. Assessment, assurance. How are we going to assure this? Well, one of the things we know in public health is that we track and follow the data. What does the data say? Data guides our decision making. So what we've done is looked over the course of the last 3 months of where we have a high incident of cases. When we do that, it is not to target or penalize those areas. It's to go in with our knowledge and our guidance to those businesses to say, here are the protocols and practices that we want to see you put in place. Number one, we know flattening this curve, ensuring and working us to an area where we won't have to close businesses again potentially, and that we don't see a high incident of cases, we're going to have to social distance. So we want businesses to open, but think in terms of social distancing, 6 feet apart. We want them to have hand sanitizer. We want them to wipe those surfaces frequently. And we want their employees to wear face coverings, masks. My add-on to that is not a demand. It is simply a request and a recommendation that as patrons are visiting these facilities, these establishments, mask up, put a mask on, put a face covering on. When I'm out and about, I have gloves on right now. And I have my mask. And I know the masks are uncomfortable. But for a moment of uncomfortableness to ensure that we don't have a high increase in death and hospitalizations, that little uncomfortableness is worth it for me. So my request, my 3 little things that I would say to business owners, big and small, and I can go into some of those smaller businesses too, and how we're going to help. Face coverings, you need to have face coverings for your employees. It is my recommendation that patrons of those businesses wear a mask. We want businesses to assure that there's social distancing in place and that there's hand sanitizer available so people can cleanse their hands, using the restroom facilities, that there's soap and water. What we're saying and what the Finance and Budget Committee has just voted on is we are going to have a registry where small businesses will be able to access that registry to go in and purchase PPE and hand sanitizer at a lower reduced cost, again, to reduce that burden on them. What we're doing right now is what I call a blending and a balancing act. People have to eat and they have to pay their bills. And they're able to do that when they can go to work. But when they go to work, we want to make sure we protect them. And that's what public health does. That's that balance, protecting the public's health, risk benefit, balancing businesses operating safely. We're going to do this in a partnership. Now, we did ask for an ordinance change to change, should there be anyone, any business that violates the requirement of social distancing. And after we go in and we talk to them and say, what's your plan? And they tell us what their plan is. And then we get a complaint and we go out there and we gentle reminder, give them an opportunity. We take a look and see, do you have an invoice where you have actually purchased, put an order in for hand sanitizer? We want to see that. Then we're going to come back in and verify that they have the materials that they said that they were going to have when that complaint came through. We're going to keep a registry of those complaints, and we're going to report that back to the Budget and Finance Committee so that they know we've been doing this. When we get complaints, and from the moment that the governor shut down businesses, we have been keeping a registry, a spreadsheet, because I have to report back to the state about any businesses or anybody, any complaints that come in about businesses. And we've had 300 of those. And for the most part, we have found that businesses were compliant. It was just someone that was not aware of what they were doing. And those who were not practicing what they should have been practicing, it was a quick correction. And that's what the sanitarians are doing. And I have 35 sanitarians who will be doing that. Later on today, I'm going to be meeting with the police chief and the fire chief. And we have we're going to tweak what we're going to do just a little bit. And then I'll be able to share that as well. But this is about all of us having a role in the responsibilities to ensure that we stimulate the economy, get businesses back open, having the community feel safe with accessing those businesses. But there's a role for all of us to play. Public health enforces. Police will be notified should there be a situation where there's overcrowding, because we know that's how disease spreads. And there are civil penalties. First offense, $75. Second offense, $150. And the third would be $500. Businesses want to be in business. People want to work. And we want to do it safely. And we want to assure, through the policy that we developed and took before Budget and Finance, that we're protecting the public's health. This is tough. We've never been here. This is a pandemic. And these are the things that we have to do collectively. And we know that we have minority businesses out there, Black and brown business owners. We want them in business, and we're going to work with them. But their patrons, we want them to also work with us to assure that we reduce the number of individuals who are confirmed with having COVID-19. Thank you.
Ms. Moore, thank you so much for being here with us today and for the wonderful words. I really appreciate it. Unfortunately, due to the changes of today, we are unfortunately unable to take questions. We have Mayor John Cranley with us, and he is here for our 12 o'clock. So, Ms. Moore, thank you so much for jumping in with us today. Thank you for the constant work that you're doing. We really appreciate it at the African American Chamber and in our community. As you see, Eric Kearney is clapping for you. There are a lot of smiles on this call for you right now, and a lot of thumbs up. I see Ms. Renee Mahaffey Harris giving her thumbs up too. So we're doing great things here in the community. I know we have a couple of questions for you, so let me connect those individuals with you offline. I know Kevin Farmer had a question, as well as someone that's joined us on the Samsung Galaxy. So I'll be sure to connect them with you, and I do apologize for not getting to those questions. If you do have some time this afternoon, please join us, okay? And we'll be able to get you in there. Mayor Cranley.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Mayor Cranley, I'm going to bring you live. I apologize for being unable to ask any questions at that time. Uh-oh, we may have lost the mayor. Okay, so Ms. Moore, if you're still with us, we can take one question if that's okay. We have time for one question if we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Now I can. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. As we wait for the mayor to come on, we'll be able to ask one question. So here, I'm going to unmute Kevin for you. Kevin, let's see. It's not unmuting for you. Do you have your audio enabled, Kevin?
I think I'm.
Okay. We're having trouble with Kevin. I will connect Kevin with you. I have Yasmin Chilton with Mayor Cranley's office. So, Ms. Moore, I will be sure to connect Kevin with you as well as our other individuals. So I'll be sure to connect those individuals with you. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yasmin Children, we have you unmuted. Thank you so much. You have the
Hello?
mayor.
Can you guys
Yes,
hear me?
awesome. Yes, sir, Mayor Cranley. Thank you so much for being here today.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Are you able to hear us?
I can't hear any of you. Are you on the, do we have it on
It's
the
this-
computer audio?
Yeah, it is on there, but it's this. Okay, try now.
Can you guys hear me?
We can
You
hear
can
you
hear
great,
me.
sir. Can you hear
Oh,
us?
now I can hear you.
Okay,
now I
okay,
can hear you.
awesome. Okay, yes, sir. So welcome, Mayor
Sorry.
Cranley. We really appreciate it.
Hey, sorry, I literally was on, as you saw, and then my computer decided to reboot, which is very frustrating. Anyway, sorry about all that. Since I was trying to get a new computer started, I assume you guys would, am I being asked to make a few introductory comments? Is that?
Yeah, sure. Feel free. Yes, sir. We had just heard from Health Commissioner Melba Moore, and we're of course running into time, so we wanted to make sure that we got on time for you. So we're here.
Thanks, Jordan. And Commissioner Moore is doing a great job, and I've enjoyed working with her immensely during this crazy time. Look, big picture, this is the strangest, most difficult thing that I've had to deal with in public life. And it's still, unfortunately, have a long road ahead of us. And there's so many things we don't know about it. And today was a classic case of the mixed feelings that I think we all have. I mean, I think there isn't a day that goes by where for example, without getting too personal, my wife doesn't say to me, we should shut everything down and not let anybody out of the house until the virus is gone. And then in the same evening, she'll say to me, if you don't get the schools open again and get, our 11-year-old out of the house, I'm going to kill you. So I'm joking, obviously, but what I'm trying to pinpoint is that I think everyone has mixed emotions about all of this. This morning, we had an interesting discussion about the enforcement regime we're introducing about trying to make sure that businesses that reopen remain safe and have distancing and employees wear masks and all that stuff. And, we got, I thought, a very reasonable comment from Councilman Pastor, who said that he didn't want us to be picking on businesses that have been struggling for the last couple of months and that we need to have a helpful approach to enforcement. I respect a comment that Councilman Young made in the same hearing, that it may be too soon to allow any of these businesses to open up because it may not be safe. And similarly to my wife, those were two different opinions, really kind of coming at it from a different perspective, but really it just reflects the fact that we're all feeling mixed. And so I don't think that there's a perfect way through. I do know that the business community and the African American Chamber and its members have suffered mightily over the last couple of months. And so, of course, I would like to figure out ways in which business can resume in a safe manner. It's also the case that we may have this virus for a long time in our, in the air, if you will. And so we're going to have to figure out some safety protocols to allow business to resume more often. And it's going to be an imperfect trial and error approach. And I really hope that we will keep dialogue open and work together to try to get through all this. And frankly, my guess is you guys probably have questions. So instead of me giving a long intro, why don't we just stop here and answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mayor Cranley. We have a question from Celeste Treese. I'm going to unmute you now, Celeste. And let's see if we can.
Okay. Will the enforcement rules and regulation be posted anywhere for the public to see?
First and foremost, there'll be, I actually signed an executive order that requires businesses that have public accommodation. So if you let people in from the public into your store without appointment, then you are required to post the notice of the three main protocols that we're asking people to follow, which is to keep distant, to have employees wear masks and to recommend masks for customers, and to provide sanitizer. However, we realize that most businesses do not realize or pay attention to my executive orders. So we understand that not everyone will have it posted immediately, but as our inspectors go out, they will bring copies of the order, which is only 8.5 by 11, so it won't take up and cause a major aesthetic problem for people. But we will provide those free of charge as we go out. We are asking businesses to post them now. But if you're unaware of that, we're not going to punish you or fine you for that. But we will insist that you post that notice when we're able to respond to a complaint or provide proactive enforcement going forward. This same poster is or will be available on a city website. This has all happened in the last 24 hours. So I assume it's up on the website now. And Yasmin is telling me, yes, it is. Great.
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor Cranley. We have a question from Kevin Farmer. Kevin, I'm unmuting you now. Go ahead, Kevin. Kevin, are you with us? All right, Kevin, we'll come back to you. I have a question in the comments that says, Mayor, can you provide your economic forecast?
Oh boy. I agree with what I think has become clear over the last 24 to 48 hours, which is that until people feel safe, the economy is not going to come back. And independent of whether President Trump or Governor DeWine and Dr. Amy Acton allows businesses to be open, a lot of people are going to stay home. I mean, a Friday night, outdoor restaurants are open. I publicly committed that I would go out and have dinner and try to support those businesses, but I can tell you that I'm having a hard time recruiting family and friends to join me because a lot of people are just scared. And so, the best, I think that if we can get a good treatment or a vaccine, the economy will come back. But until then, I think it's going to be rough sledding. And that's why I hope Congress will continue to provide the extra $600 a week. I hope that they will pass the Nancy Pelosi package that she introduced this week, which would be very, very helpful to all of us, including the city of Cincinnati, and by extension, the African American Chamber of Commerce, because they, like many other agencies that provide vital services in the city, were cut by the city, by us, by me, not because we wanted to, but because we're dealing with this crisis. If we get the funds from Congress, we can restore those cuts immediately if we get the Nancy Pelosi package approved. But those are all sort of stopgap measures to help us get through slow economic conditions because people are scared. And so I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but until we have a vaccine or really good treatment to get people who get COVID to recover, I sadly believe that the economy is going to be very difficult.
Thank you, Mayor Cranley, for that. All right, we're going to go back to Kevin and see if we can get Kevin. Kevin, I'm unmuting you now. Kevin, can you hear us? Can we hear you? Kevin, we're unable to hear you. If you can type it into the chat, I'll be happy to read it off for you. We're having trouble hearing you, but I have no problem connecting you with the mayor's office as well offline. I don't see any activity on your mic. We have had this issue before, so if you restart and come back, we may be able to do it. Mayor Cranley, I have a question from, Eric Kearney would like to say something as well. Eric, I am unmuting you now. Eric, you're live.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. Really appreciate you taking the time. I really like you. I mean that. We've known each other for years, and greatly appreciate your work in public service. Can you give us some advice? So we provide a service at the African American Chamber of Commerce for the Black business community, the small business community, and the community at large. We're facing cuts in the city budget. Is there some advice that you can give us about how to approach advocating for ourselves, explaining the type of work that we do, why we're important to the city, and maybe salvage our position in the city budget?
Well, thank you for the nice compliments. I appreciate it, Eric, and it's been a great honor and pleasure to work with you in a variety of capacities over many years. And I got to say that our newest member of council is literally one of the nicest people I've ever met, and incredibly fresh breath of air. And I don't know how you got so lucky to be with someone so nice, but I know you're counting your blessings. Look, I think the first and foremost thing is it's in all of our collective interests to convince Congress to pass the Pelosi package, or frankly, a compromise version of the Pelosi package. We could get significantly less, don't repeat this, but we could get less than what is in the package now, all of which we would like to have and could use and need for the long haul. But we could get less. So if there's a compromise, which is likely the case if anything passes, and still be able to restore all the cuts that we have put in place over the last couple of weeks. If we get nothing out of Congress, nothing additional beyond what we've already received, it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be a very, very difficult budget. And I don't know how we fund a lot of the things that we have funded historically that we want to fund. That's the first thing. The second thing is that, the original CARES package that was passed provided a significant amount of money to a variety of larger urban counties and cities. Unfortunately, the city of Cincinnati was left out of that process. Now, we're still waiting for a supplemental allocation from the state of Ohio, and the Ohio Senate passed legislation this week that would get us about $15 million. And that $15 million, you know, is supposed to be added on to later with another 15 million or so. And as you know, we have a $90 million deficit. So essentially all that money will go to deal with that if we get the flexibility out of the Treasury Department, which it looks like we might. The county, however, and I think Commissioner Driehaus, president of the board, Commissioners Dumas and Parks, Commissioner Parks, great College Hill resident, and Todd's appointment, and dare I say, future Commissioner Alicia Reese, my good friend, who I'm happy to see has won her primary, are doing a great job, and Alicia will do a great job. And they have received, I think, over $150 million. And they can and they should use as much of that money as they can to solve their deficits. And I would advise them to do that. But it is my understanding that they can't use all of it for their deficit because of the regulations that the Treasury Department has put in place. As a result, they have announced $10,000 grant program for small businesses, and they have literally tens of millions of dollars from the federal government to be able to do that. And that's awesome. That's really awesome. And if we had received that money, we would want to do something similar. And if we receive the money that I mentioned a minute ago from Pelosi's proposals or some version of it, we'll be able to restore cuts and potentially do more. So I guess to answer your question, the best thing to do is to lobby Senator Brown and Portman, Congressman Shabbat, Wenstrup, Mitch McConnell, you know, the guy down below who has not been very helpful, and Trump, which of course has not been helpful either, but and ask them to pass some version of the package that Speaker Pelosi has introduced. I think the second best option, or they're not mutually exclusive, I think they should both be pursued, is to work with the county and figure out how the chamber can play a constructive and direct role in some of that work. And let me say, because I don't want my good friend President Driehaus or Dumas or Parks to be mad at me, I want to caveat everything I'm saying, that if they find that they have to amend or reduce their program of $10,000 per business in order to solve their deficit, I get that, and I'm not criticizing that. I don't know all those details, but I do know that they did announce publicly some small business grant program, and that's a good thing if they're able to balance that with their deficit needs.
Thank you, Mayor. We're going to go back to Kevin one more time to attempt to get him. Kevin, we're coming to you. We're going to unmute you now. All right, Kevin, can you hear us? Can we hear you? Kevin, we still can't hear you, man. All right. Sorry about that, Kevin. We can't hear you. Oh, hold on. Try now, Kevin. Not having any luck with Kevin's mic today. All right. Sorry about that, Kevin. Drop it in the chat and I'll make sure to connect with you. Does anyone else have a question for Mayor Cranley? Okay. All right. Okay. So Mayor Cranley, thank you so much for being here today. We are super thankful for you taking your time. We know that you guys have had quite a bit going on today, so it's truly a pleasure that you've taken the time to talk with us and answer our questions. And despite the computer jumping offline, I'm glad that you have an amazing team like Yasmin to get you back online. You know, these virtual things are new to us, right? But, you know, are definitely great ways for us all to connect and see each other face to face.
Thanks. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
All righty. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day, Mayor Cranley. All right, guys. We are, Kevin, please feel free to drop me your email address so I can connect you with these individuals. I know Commissioner Moore, you had a question for Commissioner Moore, and I know that you also had a question for Mayor Cranley. So excited to have you there and be able to connect you with them offline. We have Council Member Wendell Young on the line. So we would like to go over to Council Member Young. Give me 1 second, Council Member Young, to get you unmuted. Oh, we might have lost Council Member Young again. Oh no. I know we just had him. Okay, so as we are looking for Councilmember Young, I would encourage you to grab your lunch right now. Okay, get a snack. All right, let's do another bathroom break for about 5 minutes. Okay, and then we will come back. We're gonna get Councilmember Young on here. They have quite a bit of things happening here at this time, so we'll be sure to get him back on the line. And we have more individuals, of course, for our day. We have Councilmember Silbach, as well as Vice Mayor Smitherman coming up, as well as Councilmember Sunderman as well. So we're super excited for the rest of our day. Let's go through the chat. Or actually, let me turn it back over to our President CEO, Eric Kearney, to go back through our slideshow, and then we will go back through the chat. So Eric, I'm going to unmute you now.
I can use the, yep, okay, perfect. Slideshow feature. So we are gonna take, I'm gonna start where we left off. Minority Business Development Authority is offering grants for inner city businesses. You can check that out with the website that's listed there. Why isn't this moving? Oh, there we go. Okay. Also, Google has $340 million in Google ad credits. So if you advertise on Google, or if you were thinking about advertising on Google, this is a great opportunity for you. Then if you are in the restaurant, or if you are in the bar business, Yelp.com has a ads for you, so you can get free advertising on Yelp. And then GoFundMe.org has a $500 matching grant. So if you raise $500 on your GoFundMe page, you will get $500 matching grant from GoFundMe. So those are various types of offers. Some are great, some aren't. I'm just gonna go right back up to the top and just go through these again. Obviously, we want to let you know about the fun that the African American Chamber is doing with our good friends over at Mortar, and our other friends that are listed there: GCMI, Hispanic Chamber, Indian American Chamber, LISC, Over the Rhine Chamber, and the Urban League. But also remember, Beauty Changes Lives, $1,000 grant there. Dooney Fund, which is $100 for women-owned businesses or women entrepreneurs. Hello Alice, $50,000 grants and $10,000 emergency loans. Facebook Small Business Grant Program, the Red Backpack Fund. As I explained, I think that one starts at the beginning of each month, so you're gonna have to check back there. MBDA, the Minority Business Development Agency, which is part of the federal government. And you can go to grants.com and find out more there. The Google $340 million Google ad credit, Yelp with advertising for restaurants and bars, and then the GoFundMe $500 matching fund, $500 matching fund. So just want to remind you that the African American Chamber of Commerce is here to help. Deborah Davis is our regional MBAC director. Not only does she provide technical assistance, but she also can get your business certified. Jordan B. Ivory is our program director. You've heard a great deal from Jordan today, and he's been doing a great job in balancing all the different people and getting them on and opening their mics. Henrietta Shepard, there's her picture. She handles our city and MBAC contracts. Alex M. Thomas is our membership director. There's a picture of Alex, and Christy Clements Williams, who does transformative initiatives and sponsorships. Would greatly appreciate it if you are interested in doing a sponsorship with the Chamber. As many of you know, our budget was cut by the city of Cincinnati, so we're always open to sponsorship opportunities. Marlene Fout, a lot of people don't realize this, but we represent 17 counties in the state of Ohio, and Marlene is out in our Piketon office, Piketon, Ohio, in Pike County. And then there I am, and my picture's in black and white for obvious reasons. Okay, follow us on social media. You may remember that Morgan A. Owens encouraged you to do that. Our website, African-American-Chamber.com, Twitter, Cincy AA Chamber, the Gram, the Cincinnati AA Chamber, Facebook, the Cincinnati AA Chamber, and YouTube, African American Chamber. You can see these videos. So there's a couple of snapshots there, website, and our coronavirus. So that is that presentation. Jordan, that's also available if people want to look at it. It is available on our website and YouTube channel. I see we have a council member, Natalie Dressed. So Jordan, you can close my mic and open his.
All right, guys, I give you the great council member, Chris Seelbach, who's joining us this afternoon. Council member Seelbach, thanks for being here. I've got you unmuted, so feel free to go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you all for having me. So is there anything specific you'd like for me to talk about? I know you all have talked to a lot of council members already.
So if anybody wants to drop that in the chat, feel free. Does anybody have one, wants to raise their hand, and we can bring you on the mic before Councilmember Seelbach gets started? Some of those may arise, Councilmember Seelbach, so feel free to.
Okay, I'll start.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. I usually do this live with every year, so I wish we could be here together, but we're here together online, I guess. Just a very short background. I ran for council in 2011, so going on a decade ago, and have been on council for 9 years. Appreciated the support. Have always supported the African American Chamber. We actually just voted in the last 30 minutes for $500,000, led by Councilmember Sittenfeld, that will be for small business loans just for minority-owned businesses. So we just voted on that 30 minutes ago. So that's also good news. We are in crazy times. I'm tired of hearing the word unprecedented, but very crazy times. Coming into March, we had a $29 million surplus in our budget, which is the first time ever since I've been here that we were coming into a budget cycle with a surplus, which was very exciting because the entire time I've been on council, all we've done is cut. And so every budget has just been about prioritizing what to cut and not cut. And so we were coming into this budget, we're on a fiscal year, so we balance our budget in June, thinking, wow, we could either save money or find new projects and new ways to spend money. So it was a very exciting time. Unfortunately, the pandemic hit, and now we're looking at a $9 million deficit by this June 30th and a $90 million deficit next year. And so perspective on that, our operating budget is about $415 million. Of that, $300 million goes to water, sewers, police, and fire, kind of the basic services we need to fund. And so $115 million is everything else. So parks, rec centers, health centers, funding to the African American Chamber and social services, everything else you can think of. And if we do not touch basic services, that means we would have to cut 90 million of that 115 million that goes to everything else. So without help from the federal government, which so far we've not gotten, we are in the worst of dire futures that we've ever been in as a city. It's why about a month ago, we asked all of our social service agencies, including the Chamber, to give back at least 20% of the money that we had promised them. Very, very tough vote. And then it's why 2 weeks ago, I introduced a resolution asking the billionaire developers of FC Cincinnati, there's 2 billionaires who are owning the team, to give back at least 20% of the $33 million we gave them. And unfortunately, that failed in a 6-2 vote. So it's unfortunate that we ask those serving our most vulnerable to give back money, but not billionaires. We're going to continue going to balance this budget this June. It's a $9 million deficit, which is not as bad as we've seen in the past, but that will absolutely mean important services and jobs are cut. And then we're working hard with the federal government that ensures that any bailout that we get in the next several months includes cities our size. Right now, only cities that have more than 500,000 in population have been included. We have about 300, so we haven't received a single penny from the CARES Act. And if we don't get that, the next year we will spend figuring out how we operate with 25% less when we've already cut 150 million in the last decade. So these are all of the cliche words: challenging, unprecedented, concerning. All of that is what we're experiencing today. And the reason for that, I think, is important. Of every city in the country, Cincinnati and Columbus rely on almost all of our money, all of our revenue from our earnings tax. So there's different kinds of taxes: the sales tax, property tax, and then income tax. And a lot of cities fund their government through an assortment of those different funding ways. In Cincinnati, we're almost all reliant on the income tax. And as we know, so many people are out of work and could be for a long time. And so therefore, we're not getting the revenue that we would likely get if everyone was back to work. Unlike the property tax, people still own property. They're still paying property tax. And unlike the sales tax, people are still buying groceries. Those things are not nearly as affected as the earnings tax. And so many news reports say that Cincinnati and Columbus are going to be the worst hit cities in the country because of our reliance on the earnings tax. So that's a little bit, I don't know if you want me to go on more, but that's kind of what we're dealing with on a very focused. Everything else that we've been working on and legislation that I thought was important, which is kind of on hold if it doesn't impact, surviving this pandemic. So that's kind of where we are today. We learned today that we're not going to get the budget from the city manager until the middle of June, and we have to pass it by June 30th. So whereas we usually spend 2 to 3 months going from neighborhood to neighborhood, having these budget hearings, it's going to be I think June 11th we'll get the budget and has to be balanced 19 days later. So, these are the times we're living in.
Thank you, Councilman Silbach. Does anyone have any questions? If you are just joining us, feel free to click the button in the bottom right-hand corner that says raise my hand. And if you raise your hand, I will unmute your mic so that you can ask Councilmember Silbach any questions that you may have. And then if you do not want to ask live, feel free to drop a chat box to me or to everyone, and I'll read it out loud for you for Councilman Silbach to answer. And let's see, we have Councilman Jeff Pastor. So I'm going to unmute Councilman Pastor for you. Councilman Pastor, you're live.
Hello. I don't know who exactly is speaking, but I do appreciate you for having me. I just wanted to let everyone know that I was here, and happy to not to take Mr. Silbach's shine, but just let you all know that I was here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're taking any questions for Councilman Silbach right now. So thank you for being here, Councilman Pastor. We truly, truly appreciate your attendance and support. Does anyone have any questions for Councilman Silbach before we let him off the hook so easily?
I know. Wow.
Now, we said that to Cheryl Jones earlier, and we had like 5 questions. So I think Eric Kearney has a question. Hold on one second. Eric, I'm going to unmute you. Eric, you are unmuted.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Jordan. Councilmember Seelbach, thank you so much for your service. And it's been a decade of having you on City Council, so that's wonderful. Could you provide what you see as the economic forecast going forward for the city of Cincinnati, and maybe share with our members who are the vast majority are small business owners, kind of where you see things going and how you see the economy opening up and when that might occur?
So, I don't think any of us can really know the answer to any of those questions. I think that with bars and restaurants reopening in the next 2 weeks, the following 2 weeks to the next month, we're going to see a spike like we haven't seen before. And look, this is a balancing act. The governor decided that we should start reopening this week and next week, but there's cost to that. I mean, with people going around each other more and more people are going to get sick. But yet, we also want to make sure that small businesses can survive, or at least have a chance to survive. And so I understand why he would want to start reopening, but there's absolutely a cost to that. So, do we go back in lockdown in a month or 2 months from now? I think it's totally a possibility. The federal government needs to step up to ensure that small businesses, not just large corporations, are included in these vast amounts of relief. It's fine to give billions of dollars to our airlines industry to ensure that they don't fail, but we can also give hundreds of thousands of dollars to small businesses to make sure they don't fail as well. And that's not how things have gone so far. There have been small businesses that have gotten the PPE loans or the grants, but not nearly at the rate that these large corporations are. And so we need to put pressure on Congress to, in this next round of bailout, to not only include cities our size, but to do a better job helping the small businesses who haven't had the access that the large corporations have to real money that will give them a fair shot to get by. But, I think we're going to have to change the way we do things and think outside the box about how we survive. Even with restaurants and bars coming back online, the requirements to stay 6 feet away from each other, we've taken steps to allow road closures for neighborhoods who want it, so that restaurants can expand outside of their physical imprint into our streets, so that people can be at picnic tables and be 6 feet away, but still have the same capacity as the restaurant used to, but with outside and inside seating. We're looking at, we have the ability to have up to 2 open container districts. So 2 neighborhoods, you could have open containers. So bars and restaurants could sell drinks that you could take with you and walk around the neighborhood. We're looking at any means that we can to support these small businesses. As I mentioned, we passed, with Mr. Pastor's support, $500,000 that will be in small businesses loan just to minority-owned businesses. I hope we can do more of that. But I don't think that the forecast for our economy are anywhere near good. It probably as bad as it's ever been. And we just want to do whatever we can from a city perspective to help small businesses survive.
Thank you, Councilman Seelbach.
You're right, Senator Kearney. I just learned that. I'm sorry. I just learned that. So I was just on Cincinnati Edition for 30 minutes and talking about the DORA program, which is the open container program. And I talked to Pavin, who used to work for Senator Kearney, yesterday. And I learned that it was Senator Kearney and State Representative Driehaus that actually started that back in 2013, and then it was passed in 2017. So sorry I didn't give you credit, but that was absolutely Senator Kearney's bill and idea.
That's truly phenomenal. That's great right there. You can see the smile on Eric's face with that. He loves it. So that's great. That's great. And we also had Steve Driehaus on the line too, Senator Driehaus on the line too, a little bit earlier. So I know he'll be joining back in. We have one question from Ken Cartwright, who is actually one of our board members. So Ken, give me a hot second to scroll to you. And now I'm going to unmute you so that you can ask your question. You are live.
Hello, thanks. Again, Ken Cartwright on the African American Board Chamber. Got a question for you, Chris, as it pertains to, again, I asked this question earlier, to the other members of City Council, and
Sure.
want to ask you specifically as well in terms of where do you stand on your support for the African American Chamber budget? Because, you know, with people on the call and also in the community, know how important that it is to have a sustainable budget to operate from. What's your stand on the current situation with the budget?
Like, I couldn't be more strongly supportive of the Chamber, of Center for the Health Gap, for closing the health gap. Both of these groups, I've been a steadfast supporter from day one, and will do everything I can to ensure that we can fund as much money as humanly possible. Unlike the federal and state governments, we have to balance our budget. I'm sorry, unlike the federal government, the state does as well. And so, you know, we are limited in the amount of money that we can allocate, but I'm fully committed to, you know, whatever funding we can get to the Chamber, to the center. You have my unwavering support. You know, I want to go back to the fact that, you know, we ask social service agencies and agencies like the African American Chamber to give back 20% of their funding, but council refused to ask billionaire developers to give back a single penny. And the money that these billionaire developers could give back could absolutely go to help our most vulnerable and the small businesses. So it's something that's been very frustrating to me. But you have my unwavering support, and we'll do everything I can.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you.
And thank you for everything you do. And these are incredible times. So thank you for trying to get through it with all of us.
Truly. Well, I believe those are all the questions that we have.
All right.
I do see Renee Mahaffey Harris said, Councilmember Silbach, thank you for your voice on economic and health issues impacting our community. So I wanted to make sure that I give you that while we're here. So thank you, Councilman Silbach, for being here. Eric's dropping the emojis. We got some other emojis on the other screen. We really appreciate you taking the time this afternoon to be with us. We know your schedule is crazy.
Yeah, so thank you. And Renee is going to be presenting in my committee on Tuesday just about the health disparities and the disparities going on. We know that the African American community has been hit worse through this pandemic. So she's going to talk about that in my committee on Tuesday. But I really appreciate you all having me, and stay safe out there.
Yes, sir. Hopefully we'll see you in the physical form soon. See ya.
Sounds good. All right. Have a good week.
Okay. Have a good you as well. All right, guys. That was phenomenal. So as promised, I have the great Councilman Jeff Pastor with us. And so, Jeff, give me a hot second to scroll down to you, and I will get you, Councilmember Jeff Pastor, I will get you unmuted. And I think I got you. Can you
Yes,
hear me?
sir.
Okay, we got you. Hey, welcome. How are you?
I am doing well. How are you all?
Good. Thank you for taking the time today.
I appreciate it. Thank you all for having me. I always enjoy the African American Chamber Day. It is the highlight of my year every year.
It's truly a pleasure. You know, in this virtual format, I've been telling people, especially as we've been talking to members about coming out, that although it is not the normal or the, you know, what we're used to in terms of City Hall Day, right, that this is truly still a great space to do it in. And, you know, I tell people all the time that although you don't necessarily sit in a room with the name tag, right, everybody can see your name and your face very apparent here. So thank you for being here, Councilmember Pastor, and would love to give you the floor.
Thank you. And again, I want to say thank you all for having me. First, to address the elephant in the room. I mean, this is my first pandemic that I've lived under. I mean, if you want to count the swine flu and you want to count the SARS virus, I would say that millennials have been through a lot. 9/11. It seems like our generation has experienced it so much in so little time. I'm excited, though, that what we're witnessing is a bipartisan or just a human effort, not even partisan, but just a human effort to address, you know, a once-in-a-lifetime event. And for that, I am extraordinarily proud from the mayor working with Governor Mike DeWine, from Democrats and Republicans in the State House, seemingly working together. That seems like it's busting at the seams at the time, from members of council who are working together. I believe that we're on the right path to come out of this, you know, in a better way, in a much more better way than what we left it. I wanted to take the time to address first, excuse me, as I reference my notes, something that was more recent, and that's the CAS, Cincinnati Access Fund. As I understand it, this Cincinnati Access Fund began in 2018. They have several members that are on the board. Councilmember Landsman and Councilmember Sittenfield proposed that the money that's already allocated, back up a little bit, the CAF funds is for minority businesses, WBEs as well, MBEs included, and it is to go and help those businesses, plainly put, whether they're through low interest loans, forgivable loans, through grants. Today we voted to appropriate $500,000 from that fund to immediately go and help minority-owned businesses. I, on the floor of council, decided that because there's $1.85 million left in the fund, or in the fund, I should say, and it is appropriated, it is earmarked for minority-owned businesses, let's not stop at 500,000, let's go to $1 million. Some of my colleagues couldn't vote on the amendment, but I'm proud to say that 3 people, me, Councilmember Young, and Councilmember Sittenfield, voted to increase from 500,000 to $1 million. I'll tell you the reason why I opted to increase that, because if there's $1.85 million to help minority-owned businesses, that money is for us. I understand the frustration of laying off 17 or furloughing 1,700 workers, but this money for 2 years has been earmarked specifically to help minority-owned businesses. And I am of the mindset and of the school of thought that, we don't want to wait till businesses die to save them. We want to do what we need to do now to save the businesses. And as most my colleagues has indicated on the floor of council, you are seeing that the PPP funds of $384 billion of one iteration, and then the second iteration of like $484+ billion, very few of those dollars are going to women-owned businesses and minority-owned businesses, or very specifically Black-owned businesses. And so if we have a $1.85 million fund that has just been sitting there, why not just use $1.85 million? Why not use $1 million? Because I don't think that it can be understated that these are folks who are pulling themselves up by the bootstraps. These are folks who are out there trying to make ends meet, and because other businesses are getting assistance from the government, it would stand to reason that these businesses should also get assistance from the government. And so I've kind of been a loud and proud supporter of just making things equitable, making things fair, and I always include women-owned businesses, because I think that people get it confused that we're talking about Black women-owned businesses and we're talking about white women-owned businesses who are both are disadvantages. Black women-owned businesses probably more than white women-owned businesses. Myself, my chief of staff, Seth Mady, we were on the call with Mr. Eddie Coyne of the Urban League, and the chief of staff for Congressman Steve Chabot, and also Congressman Steve Chabot himself, and future county treasurer Charlie Winburn. And we expressed our concern that these African-American owned businesses and these women-owned businesses, they're not going to be able to compete. Some of them have expressed to us they don't have the capacity to go to the banks and the time to go to the banks and say, hey, we're going to, fill out, this paperwork, which seems to be a whole lot of red tape. Is there a way that we can have one source, for example, the Urban League of Greater Cincinnati, where they apply for funds, say to a bank, and they appropriate those funds in the form of grants? The congressman shared with us that, and I guess he was right, that there's going to be another round of stimulus funds. I don't know how this is going to work, but we were trying to get the last iteration of $484 billion. We were trying to get that into the hands of the Urban League immediately. Unfortunately, I guess we were a little too late. The congressman has promised us that that is something that his office is going to lead and his office is going to work on, and to give them a month. So we're working so that when Black businesses, specifically talking to the African American Chamber of Commerce and members of the Chamber of Commerce, want money, they can go to the Urban League and get a grant from monies that has been appropriated from Congress, from the federal level. And I'll be open and honest with you, it's a bit frustrating to see Black businesses go through these things. And this pandemic is beginning to highlight just the disparity, the sheer disparity that we see. And I would never argue, or I mean, if there were other businesses that were able to weather the storm, using private sector dollars, you would have no argument for me because that's more in line with my political ideology. But when you see businesses that are in some regards, grossing the same income that are able to get dollars, and the same businesses, and the difference between these two businesses is, the color of their skin, the scope of their business. That's frustrating from a member of council. We also, the mayor has indicated that the monies, I believe that was to the tune of like $35 million that is coming to the states from the PPP or the COVID funds cannot be used to, shore up businesses and that sort of thing. It has to be used for COVID related expenses. So those are the things that I wanted to address first. Also, while we're on the subject, I wanted to explain to you all why I supported issue 7 and why that is important for African American owned businesses. One of the issues that we have in the city, and I don't think anyone here was born in the 1920s. If you were, you probably can follow along. There has been a disinvestment in transportation. And I am saying that if you read history, the disinvestment has some classist, racist undertones. If you want Black businesses to thrive, if you want workers to get to jobs outside of the city of Cincinnati, if you want investment in, your metropolitan area, I mean, all of that, if you want to be Seattle, or if you want to be Portland or Chicago or New York, or even something on a smaller scale, Kansas City, right? We have to invest in transportation. There's no way that the city grows without having robust transportation. That is, light rail that gets us out to the suburbs, to Mason, to Sharonville, to Mostella Road, that is having robust bus transportation that gets us from point A to point B outside of the city of Cincinnati and into the county. As a person who does not believe in raising taxes, because I feel like it negatively impacts the businesses that we want to help, including African American owned businesses, this is a tax cut for the citizens of Cincinnati. I'm not making a pitch for issue 7 because the votes have already been cast. What I'm simply suggesting to you all in the African American Chamber is that we need to go beyond just having the bare minimum of bus transportation. We need to look at this in the sense that when we have great transportation, when we have investment in transportation, Black businesses succeed. So that's my rant on there. My second, not my second, but the other things that we've been working on is this piece about regulation. Most people may not like the way I couch my language, but it stems from a concern for small businesses like Black businesses, right?
Councilman Pastor?
Yes.
In the essence of time, we have a couple individuals that have questions. If we can jump into those, I know our schedule has been moved around a little bit, and I want to make sure individuals have an opportunity to ask you questions as well. Can I jump to a question real quick for you? I know Troy Parker has a question. Troy, give me 1 second. Let me get you in here. Hold on 1 second. Troy, you are unmuted.
Okay. Well, to repeat myself, some I'm going to repeat. I'm with Innovative Labor. We're a temporary staffing company. We hire 90% returning citizens. And to your point about transportation, we applied for the PPP. We couldn't get it because I'm on probation, but that's water over the dam. Right now we have 60 employees, and transportation has always been an issue, and it has kept minorities out of the workforce. When I was in prison, many people came back, and the one problem they returned to prison, they said that they couldn't find employment, and one of the biggest barriers was transportation. So when I got out and started my company, we bought 9 vans, and we bring the people to the office and take them out in the vans and charge them each day, $8 a day. But that's not, you can't grow the business using vans. So what we've turned to is, and what other business, this is more of a suggestion, is using technology like Lyft. Like right now, we spend probably $600 or $700 a week in Lyft rides. The people come to the office, we put 3 or 4 of them in a Lyft, charge them $8 a day. that covers the cost of the list, and it gets them out to places like we're doing work at Miami University, out in Batavia, Otterbein, which is out in Monroe. So in some of these areas, I think if Black businesses of color, start looking at innovative ways to move people, because to get transportation, rail, whatever, even to get it set up, if it ever got passed, it would take years. And we need to move people now. Like my people need work now. So there is a way to do it using Lyft. And then, you charge, some of it's passed off to our customer and some is charged to the employee, but then some we do eat ourselves. So that's just a suggestion for other businesses out there that might need to move people around in a way that's it's cost effective.
Thank you. And sorry, could you give me your name again, my friend?
Yeah. Oh, it's Troy Parker.
Yeah, Mr. Troy Parker. First and foremost, I want to say thank you for the great work that you're doing. I think that I'm no prison abolitionist, but I am one of those people who strongly believe that once you've served your time and you've paid your debt to society, not only should your record be expunged and clean for nonviolent offenses, but you should be allowed to earn a living. You should, and I appreciate you giving other people the opportunity. Vast majority of those who are returning citizens are African American, and all of them, I would say, are part of the working class, making between $40,000 to $150,000 a year. I want to echo something that you said, and I absolutely positively support, is that when we're talking about transportation, and my focus, by the way, is jobs, education, housing, and transit. That's how we build society. When we talk about transit, I like to look at, as my seminary professor would say, not an either or paradigm, but an and if. So we have Lyft, if we have Uber, we have light rail, we have bus, we have cabs, we have all of those things that gets people to their jobs, especially our brothers and sisters who are returning and eager to work and to grow their skill. I think that we should have, our policies should reflect that. I've submitted policies that basically reflects, whether it's the hiring of returning citizens for the city of Cincinnati, supporting businesses that hire returning citizens in the city of Cincinnati, expunging records. We've led that effort. I mean, anything that you can think of that is going to get people to their jobs. They're going to buy homes in the city of Cincinnati. They're going to invest in the city of Cincinnati. They're going to raise their family. This is so important to Black businesses, because like one of my professors said, we all are, or a vast majority of have family members who are a part of the returning citizens and the previously incarcerated individuals. And I think that it can never be understated that we want our sisters and brothers to come back to an environment where there are jobs available. And right now we are working towards that. The first way to do that is to get our transportation piece fixed. If we do not get our transportation piece fixed and we do not get the job, we're not attracting the jobs, and we're making regulations so unbearable, people are not going to want to invest. And I was going to a point earlier, is that has been my focus, is to cut regulations for businesses like yours, Mr. Norman, is that when you want to come do business in the city of Cincinnati, you shouldn't have to jump through 1,000,001 hoops just to do business with the city of Cincinnati, just to deliver services to the city of Cincinnati. And so we have a number of things, whether it's the surrogacy and adoption, whether it's cutting the DCED tape, whether it's hiring individuals who can speed application processes up, whatever you have, we've been out there in the forefront saying we need to make sure that what we are doing with businesses, specifically African-American businesses, is not penalizing them for wanting to do business with the city of Cincinnati and to deliver effective services and to procure their products. And right now, as government it is so arduous. The red tape is so burdensome that businesses like African-American businesses, it's just so difficult to do business in the city of Cincinnati. That may not come off, I'll end there because I see someone raising their hand. I'm sorry.
So I would like to go on with more questions. I will connect anyone who has any questions for Councilman Pastor offline, I will connect you with him. We have to move on in our schedule to Vice Mayor Smitherman. So Councilman Jeff Pastor, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
For supporting the chamber. We are very thankful for you taking the time today, and we hope to hear from you soon.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Everyone take care.
All right, you as well. Thank you. Again, thank you everybody for being in attendance. Our host today is Vice Mayor Christopher Smitherman's office is our host today. And the gentleman that I've continued to shout out, along with the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association, is Henry Rickey, who has done a phenomenal job working with the African American Chamber hand in hand, coordinating the behind the scenes of everything at City Hall, which has been phenomenal. Been in constant contact. He's truly been a godsend, and it's been awesome working with him. And we are now at the phenomenal time that we get to hear from the great Christopher Smitherman, our wonderful Vice Mayor here at the City of Cincinnati.
Jordan, thanks for having me on, and I'm glad to be here, and I appreciate the shout out to Henry Rickey, and he's been honored to work with you also. And I want to greet your great president, Eric Kearney, and the great work that he's continued to do with the chamber. And I certainly enjoy participating each year in this interaction between members of council and the chamber. I'd like to just emphasize this year to all of you that I am also a small business owner. And this impact on my business, to see my revenue impacted 80%, is very different than what I experienced in 2009. And so I am navigating this new world that we all are having to navigate very differently going forward. And I certainly will share with you some of the things that I'm doing. Let me say that I'm the chair of economic growth and zoning for the city of Cincinnati. I'm also the chair of law and public safety for the city of Cincinnati. I'm a member of the planning commission. And I recently have been appointed to the governor's task force on minority health, the minority health strike force. Let me say to you that a common question that I've been asked by the president when I've done these is, do I support the African American Chamber? And the answer to that is yes. That my voting record has been very clear that I have supported the African American Chamber. That even facing a $20 million deficit between now and June 30, and an $80 million deficit between July 1 and June 30th next year, I'm still going to find ways to support the African American Chamber because we are the businesses that employ so many people. And in the middle of a pandemic where we have 34 million people that are unemployed, and typically African Americans have been the last rehired, the first fired, that we're really going to be leaning on our African American businesses to rehire people or repurpose them into new positions. We are the small businesses that are going to hire those people with second chances. And so I clearly will continue to support efforts for second chances, making sure that the city, when they're putting programs together, that they're not excluding people who have criminal backgrounds, who have paid their price to society, and are back trying to initiate the capital markets. And I think that's very, very important. I'll share with you that the business plans, on a very positive way, not the business plans, the community plans that have come from Evanston, for example, that came through the Planning Commission, were excellent plans, solid leadership that I'm seeing in Evanston. The work that I'm seeing in Walnut Hills has been phenomenal, strong leadership there. Clearly, there are minority businesses that are popping up in that area that were not popping up 5 years ago. And I know that Mortar has a lot to do with that. The African American Chamber has a lot to do with that, which is incredibly positive. And the Bond Hill Roselawn corridor, there are also a lot of exciting things that are happening there that have come through the Planning Commission, that have then come through the full council that I've supported. My financial feedback before I turn it over for questions is that I have found in this crisis that the smaller banks have done a much better job for my clients than the larger banks. And so you're going to see a shift as a financial planner with me advocating that my small business owners do more business with our community banks. Because when that PPP money came out, the larger banks, from what I saw anecdotally, did not do the same job that the smaller banks did. And so I'm going to stick with them. I'm going to place money with them personally, and I'm going to be encouraging my small business owners to do that. So we learn lessons through these situations because COVID-19, is exposing the issues of hypertension in our community. It's exposing issues like diabetes, but it also is exposing economic softness in our community. And so I could have never imagined any business plan that I've ever put together for a client in 25 years that I planned for zero revenue, that there would be no revenue coming through the door. So that is going to make me rethink kind of everything as I approach small business. So I think I'll just close out here. Oh, one other thing, and that is the Port Authority. And so the Port Authority, an arm of the city, has been doing a lot of land banking. I've worked with some of the members of the chamber to navigate or try to navigate getting access to land that the Port Authority has land banked. I still have confidence in Laura Brunner. I would say to all of you that we have to continue to be more sophisticated, to continue to engage the chamber on trying to get control of that land, specifically land that is located in the areas like Bond Hill, Roselawn, and Evanston as examples. And so any way that I can be helpful with setting up those types of meetings, which I have done quite often with members of the African American Chamber and just African American business people who are trying to engage the port and navigate that process in order to get control of land. So look for me to be supportive for the African American Chamber to get money. Let me be honest and say that the budget constraints that Patrick Dehaney, who is an African American young city manager, and by the way, he has been doing an outstanding job for the city of Cincinnati. I have been very proud of his navigation of probably the worst budget crisis that I've seen in a decade. So giving him that, I suspect that he's going to come back with a pretty hard budget coming from the manager's office. Expect that that budget then will be transmitted to the mayor's office, and that the mayor will put back in things. Former Senator Eric Kearney is very aware of that process. So look for that. And then if the chamber is left out at that point, meaning when it comes from the manager to the mayor and then to full council, I would be honored to support funding to the African American Chamber. And so I view it as an essential thing that we have to support our businesses and the great work that all of you do. I also want to say that I do business with African Americans. I hope that you all ask questions. I thought about this meeting this morning, and I said, I think one of the questions we have to ask people is, do you do business with Black people? I mean, you say that you love us and you support us, but who do you do business with? And so for things like Roy Mitchell is my accountant, and Roy Mitchell has been my accountant for like 25 years. Dr. Cox is my internist physician, period. And Dr. Cox has been my internist and primary care physician for a very long period of time. Dr. Shockley, I've been having trouble with my knees since I've gotten over the age of 50. And the only person I want to touch my knees is Dr. Shockley. He is an excellent person. Dr. Poole, who has been the dentist for my children forever. My printer, John Harmon, who I know is on this call. I've done printing with John Harmon when I'm talking about my campaign. Every campaign that I've ever done, 100% of my printing goes through John Harmon and his wife, Stephanie. And so I think it's a key question that I think all of us need to ask politicians. who do you personally do business with? It's one thing for you to say you support African-American businesses. It's another thing to say in your personal life, do you do businesses and trust African-American entrepreneurs?
Phenomenal words. We have a couple questions. So Celeste, I'm going to unmute you now. You are unmuted.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Mayor. So a lot of the councilmen have talked about how they're going to help bars increase their capacity outside about shutting down streets, but a lot of minority businesses don't really fall in there. Let's take like Reading Road, for example, that has numerous of bars in their strip. What additional thoughts do y'all have around helping those businesses? Is it expanding their outside to their parking lots? What are their solutions?
So one, yes, I agree, Celeste, that private bar owners should be able to expand on their private property onto their parking lots. And private business owners, and I'll be sure to ask this question because I'm holding a hearing tomorrow at 8:30 here at City Hall, a joint hearing. Law and Public Safety and Economic Growth and Zoning will hold a hearing at 8:30. And I will emphasize that private property should be used for that expansion, not just public property like an alley where somebody might extend in the over the Rhine. But if you own a bar and you have a parking lot, you should be able to set up a tent and expand your capacity. We just had a discussion about, I'm pivoting here, about how the health department is going to do its checking on if businesses are compliant. And one of the things that I was concerned about, because one of the language that was used, and I think our health department has done an excellent job, but we know that vulnerable communities have been impacted disproportionately to COVID-19. And what I don't want to have happen is we have more people policing those businesses and not policing what's happening in Hyde Park. And so what I've asked for is a report of every warning and every citation that is given, and that information be provided to the chair of Budget and Finance, David Mann. I don't want to just, it's not that I don't trust what they're doing, but I want to look at that data and understand, because I want to make sure that all 52 neighborhoods are being treated the same. It's been difficult to get our hands on PPE. I know the president of the chamber will tell you, trying to find masks and trying to find gloves and trying to find disinfectant for your hands. It's very difficult to find those things. And I don't want to see our business owners hit with a $500 fine because they can't comply with something that's impossible to comply with. And so that we then are shut down and others are open because they have access to those materials. So I will be monitoring that process. I will be asking those questions. I have confidence in our health director that she's very sensitive to that and she's articulated that. But it doesn't mean that I don't want to see the data. And so look for those conversations tomorrow at 8:30 at that open meeting. I think it's a great question.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We have a question from Derek Dansby of the Greater Cincinnati Realtist Association. Derek, I am unmuting you now. You are live.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you all. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for joining in. I'm sorry, I'm just now catching up. I was on earlier this morning, talking a lot. As Vice President of the Greater Cincinnati Realtist Association, one of our two chief objectives that we're trying to do is to dramatically increase the number of African American homeowners we have in the city, and also continue to be an advocate for democracy in housing. I actually had to jump off the call to actually do a closing for an African American family who bought a house from another African American family, and they're buying in the city of Cincinnati. So that was very good.
Thank you.
Yes, but I'm also very concerned that there's not more African American families buying houses in the city of Cincinnati. Over the past 6 years, we've seen a huge economic boom as it relates to real estate, as it relates to increase in the new homeowners in the city of Cincinnati, which thus, as you know, increases our tax base, which just provides us with more dollars to provide city services. But I'm concerned that we're not seeing more African American homeowners. I'm also concerned that we're not seeing enough African American investors in real estate. One of the big problems that we have right now in the industry is we don't have enough inventory, not only for buyers to buy for their new homes, but also for investors to invest in, to find new buyers and new renters for those things. Now, there's a huge entity out here that holds a wide variety of property in their pocket that they're able to hold back from tax sales, and they also partner with the city of Cincinnati to help manage some of the properties and lands that you have as well. I'm curious, and I know that you've mentioned some work that you wanted to do to try to set up some meetings with the port, but what can we do, Vice Mayor, to help you to ensure that there's not only equitable development, but there's equitable investors at the table from the beginning to the end?
So one, I think it would be very important and powerful to hold one of these Zoom meetings that we're having right now with the Port Authority. Your president, Eric Kearney, has great relationships with Laura Brunner and the port. I certainly would be willing to participate in that Zoom conference call. So I think it's about having access to the port, talking directly to Jessica Powell, who is the legal counsel for the port as it relates to the land bank for the Port Authority. And so I think having one of these town meetings with the Port Authority is one of the big solutions, I think. The second thing I'll share with you is that I had said earlier that COVID-19 for me exposed the need to work with smaller banks. I'll give a name of one of those banks that has been working well with my clients and been very responsive. Is a small bank called Center Bank. But my point is that going small for our African American business owners, I think we're going to have a better success with them and building relationships with them. And I'm not going to name names of the larger banks. I don't want to say anything negative about any other banking institution because I don't know which banks do business with the president, support the chamber and all of that. So I don't want to get into that. But I want to say something positive that essentially working directly with those smaller institutions, I think will help us have access to capital. The last thing I'll say is financial literacy. And so still the chamber does a great job of closing that gap of understanding basic things like coming to the table with the right small down payment and making sure whatever programs exist for small business owners, that those your members are educated about that. But I'm willing to be a part of building those relationships with the Port Authority. And where there are problems, I'm willing to hold them accountable to making sure that there's equity and access to properties that they have banked. I can't say enough about your president. He's my neighbor. I'm really excited about his wife serving on council. I'm tenured out. I mean, this is my last year and a half on city council, and it's been a great run for me. I sit back and think about the times that I was in a class and the faculty member, like many of you were tenured faculty members. And so I'm that tenured member of council now. And, I'm honored. I want to do as much as I can to be helpful on my way out. I'm glad that Councilwoman Jan Michelle is serving, and I hope that she is reelected because we need very sophisticated, smart, I say this respectfully, President Kearney, beautiful African-American women serving on council. I see him smiling there, but I don't want my neighbor coming down to beat me up because I use the word beautiful in the context of his wife, but it's certainly nice to see her on council when I'm here.
Those are amazing words. Yes, that smile is great over there. I see that. We actually have a question from Eric Kearney. So Eric, I'm going to unmute you.
Okay, which am I on? I'm on this line. Okay. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Thank you for hosting us this year. It's an honor to work with your office. So I wanted, since you've got a financial background, I wondered if you could give us a forecast of what you see kind of when small businesses can expect the economy to jump back up again and we can get recharged and restarted.
So if you don't mind me being a little long-winded, one, let me say some positive things that I'm seeing. One is you see the 10-year note, which is the indicator that consumers use the benchmark for consumer loans. And I've never seen the 10-year note hit 50 basis points. We're hanging around 71 basis points. But that makes interest rates being low great opportunities for African-American businesses to go out and get loans. And so these 0% loans that are out there for capital expenditures that we might spend, I think this is an opportunity for us to take the opportunity to take advantage of that. Let me say that with interest rates as low as they are. Oil prices, I've never seen them be as low as they are, President Kearney. Another great indicator that we should be taking advantage, meaning the economy as far as gas prices, meaning the fuel and our gas prices of the places where we are renting are places that we own, those prices will be very friendly. Long term, meaning I'm saying that I've never seen the economy shut down the way it is, President Kearney. I think that we're going to see a significant spike in the next 30 days. So not 60 days, the next 30 days, I think we're going to see the spigot turning on, particularly in our region starting tomorrow. There's a lot of pent up demand. And I think that this sense of fear that people are having, there are going to be enough people that are going to want to go out and engage the economy because of cabin fever. The things that I'm looking at are travel and leisure. I'm looking to see, now I'm talking about in relation to all other businesses, do I see people going out and taking cruises? Do I see people saying that they're not doing as much Zoom, but they're actually getting on a plane and willing to fly to see their mother? That's going to tell me that the economy, those two indicators as one, are kind of turning the corner. I think it's going to take us about 3 years to recover from what we're experiencing right now. Now I'm talking about the difference of disconnect between what the Dow does or what the NASDAQ does or what the S&P does. Those are, I see the possibility of a jobless recovery, which why the chamber is going to play such an important part, because it will be your members that are hiring people back from those 33 million people that are out of work. And why I'm going to be so strong in making sure that the funding that you need is in place in order to support those small businesses. But my time horizon is 3 years as it relates to the underlying economy. I'm not talking about the stock market. There's a disconnect between the jobless recovery that I think we're going to be having and the stock market. And so what I would say to all of us is we have to take advantage, though, of low interest rates, particularly if you have things that you want to buy. Be sure that you're not necessarily using your capital dollars to do it. Don't be afraid to take a loan out at 0% or half a basis point to get the things that you have to get. Don't wait to do it next year, do them this year. And all of those things are 100% tax deductible in the year that you expend them. So that's a great thing. I don't want to get into Roy Mitchell's lane. I don't even know if he's on here, and Roy Mitchell is a phenomenal accountant. When I have issues about accounting, I turn to him often. I don't know if I've answered your question, but the things that I'm looking for, I think we have a 3-year term. This is not like 2008 and 2009, where we had the financial collapse internally around the banking system, which that was serious. But where we see each and every part of our economy touched from the pandemic, so that we're all lowering capacity. Celeste asked a question about bars and restaurants. We've never seen anything like this, and that's why I think it's going to take 3 years for us to get back. Thank you again for having me. I'm very glad to be here. Please, any member of the chamber that would like to reach out to my office, to help me connect you to someone within the city, I am honored to do that. And I'm honored to be a part of the chamber event today. Thank you, Jordan, and thank you, President Kearney.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Smitherman. We truly appreciate the work that you're doing at City Hall, the information today, and truly the amazing, amazing work that your office is doing. Especially, we could not have made today possible without your team. And I can't say thank you enough. And I know I speak for the African American Chamber as well as the Greater Cincinnati Realtist Association, that we are super, super thankful to have you where you are, and to have your team in place to help us make this possible. Because as we all know, this is the first time for virtual City Hall Day. So next year, hopefully, we'll still be in person. Okay, but we'll be able to do it virtually then as well too. So,
Yeah.
I think that, as you say, talking in the positive light about all of this, it's important to find the things that will help strengthen us going forward. So,
And prayers to all of your families and the elders in your families, and keeping them safe during this health crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
All right. So we are ready for Council Member Betsy Sunderman. David Miller has helped us with some things here on, has always been a part of the African American Chamber City Hall Day. So we are truly thankful for the work that he's doing. And he has helped connect us with some individuals as well, as the schedule has changed around. So we are super excited to have Council Member Betsy Sunderman with us this afternoon. So Council Member Betsy Sunderman, thank you for being here. Oh, I gotta unmute you. Hold on one second. I gotta unmute you. I got you now, Betsy. I'm so sorry, Council Member.
Thank you. It's nice to see all of you. I know a lot of you, and I don't know some of you. So, how's it going?
It's good. It's good.
So this is my first time in my office for 7 weeks. So I don't have a really great background like Christopher. This is my new office. I was in here for 1 week, and then I was home for 7 weeks, and now this is my first day back. So this is my background right now. But let me give a little background information about me for those of you who don't know me. Well, I'm from Cincinnati. I was raised on the east side, and now I live on the west side. I know that's super weird. No one does that, but I went east to west. I live in Price Hill now, and I went to Ursuline in Blue Ash for high school, and then I went to DePaul with a W University in Indiana for college, and then I went to, then I was a social worker for the Public Defender's Office, representing abused, neglected, and dependent kids in court. And that kind of sparked my interest in law. So I went to law school, and then I became a prosecutor, and I went back to the exact same court, prosecuting families, abused, neglected, and dependent kids. And then I worked my way up through the prosecutor's office. I worked for Mike Allen and Joe Dieters, and I was there for 13 years. And then I went to the probate court, and I was a magistrate, so I oversaw hearings, and I did that for almost 4 years. And now here I am in City Council. So that's my background. Do you want me to tell you more about myself, or do you guys have questions?
Sure. If anyone has questions, please feel free to hit the raise your hand button down on the bottom right-hand corner. We'll bring you on live. If you have questions inside the chat and don't want to be brought on live, feel free to drop them in the chat, and I'll read them off for you and have Council Member Sunderman answer them at that time. So Council Member, if you'd like to continue, and then if we have questions, we'll jump in.
Okay. So, like I said, I know some of you. I don't know all of you. I guess I'm trying to look at all your faces here. I can't even get you all on one screen. This is pretty cool.
There's so many. We've had about 107 individuals so far today. So we've got a lot of people here.
That's really great. Well, I'm sure, as all of you know, we have a $90 million budget deficit this year. So that's going to be really fun in my first year on council to try to balance that. But I'm hoping that all of you can help us bring more jobs to the city. I know that's probably what you do best. So I would love to know about what your guys' plans are for post-coronavirus, how you can help us bring some more jobs back. The more information I have about that, the better I can fight for chambers in our budget this year. So could I maybe get some information about that?
I know we have a question from President Eric Kearney. One moment.
I'm on. Okay, I'm on. First of all, thank you very much, Council Member. Really greatly appreciate you jumping on this call. Also, thank you for all the assistance that your office has provided in working with Councilmember Smitherman's office. And so we really do appreciate it. David Miller on your team is really wonderful, and he worked well with Henry. So we appreciate that. On our call, we have a lot of small business owners. Some of them are sole proprietors or single member LLCs from a variety of different industries. So we probably have, I want to say about 30 different industries on the call. So there's a great diversity, you should know. Also, we have people who are really active and committed to civic life in the city of Cincinnati. So that's part of kind of the underlying mission of a lot of our members. I would appreciate it if you could maybe share with them some of your legislative priorities. I know you've been in public service for a while, but in terms of down at 801 Plum Street, what are kind of some of your priorities so they can get a sense of how they should relate and interact with you?
All right. Well, yeah, I appreciate all of you who are in the civil service. I've been a public servant my entire life. I've always had do-gooder kind of jobs like this. So this is a good job for me with all of my background. Almost all of my friends have moved out of the city. So all of my friends always say, when are you going to move out to the suburbs where the good schools are and where all the good stuff is? And I always tell them I'm a city person. I like living in the city, but I don't want my kids moving out of the city someday. So I believe in having strong businesses and amenities and all kinds of infrastructure so that my kids will want to be here. So I want to fight for having great businesses in town. I don't want my kids to go to another city or go out to the suburbs for everything. I think we have everything we need in the city, but we need to make it stronger and keep it strong. So absolutely, I'll fight for small businesses. We need to keep strong businesses or our city will die.
I think that's great.
Oh, I see a chat here.
Let's see.
It says, I want to be a part of the discussion with the Port Authority as well.
So I believe that was from our previous speaker, Vice Mayor Smitherman. We had a quick discussion about the Port Authority. I know we have the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association on the line as well, and as one of our sponsors today. Can you talk a little bit about, and I know Derek has asked about this several times, but the equitable, ownership in the city, as well as you're talking about staying in Cincinnati.
Equitable ownership of businesses or of homes or of what?
Derek, let me unmute you so that you can ask the question appropriately.
Good afternoon. Welcome, Councilman Sunderman. It's a pleasure to meet and interact with you. I know a lot about Price Hill. I actually used to work for Price Hill Will. I was the director of development there with Kent Smith. So I'm very familiar with Price Hill and welcome to City Council. One of the main reasons why we are a part of City Hall Day, working in collaboration with the Greater Cincinnati Northern Kentucky African American Chamber, is because we want to make sure that we're an advocate for not only dramatically increasing the number of African American homeowners we have in the city, but also being an advocate for democracy and housing for everyone. You mentioned the fact that a number of your friends and colleagues are moving out of the city. We have a lot of our constituents and people who we work with who are trying to stay in the city, but are unable to find an affordable home ownership opportunity within the city, or are unable to pay rent in the part of the city that they've lived in for decades now. We are seeing a dramatic increase in the number of people who are moving back to the city of Cincinnati, but we don't have enough inventory to keep up with the demand that we have. We've got a variety of people who want to invest, who are ready to invest, but quite honestly can't find any property that they would be willing to invest in. So I'm just curious, you come to council with a fresh perspective, and I'm curious as to what your thoughts are on real estate in the city of Cincinnati ownership, as well as not only affordable housing but equitable development investors that are actually part of that.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you brought up Price Hill Will. That's exactly what I was going to talk about. I was the vice chair of the board of Price Hill Will right before I got this job. I stepped off the board because I thought it would prevent them from getting any city funding. But yeah, I mean, that's been one of my passions in Price Hill, is to try to get more affordable housing for everybody. We've done all kinds of things. We have a whole a section at Price Hill Will where we buy, improve, and sell. You know all of this. You worked for Price Hill Will, but for everyone else, we buy rundown houses, we fix them up, we sell them at a reasonable price to someone who can afford it. We are dedicated to keeping the senior chateau, the big low-income building in our neighborhood. We're not trying to kick out anybody. We want it to be a mixed-use neighborhood. We want there to be Section 8. We want there to be low income. We want there to be, I mean, Buddy LaRosa lives up the street. There's a place that he likes. I mean, there's high income, low income, everywhere in between. And we think that's what makes it a really cool neighborhood. We don't want to become a super rich neighborhood where everyone is phased out. So yes, I agree with you. And that's what I've been trying to do. We also had the homesteading program where people could work on kind of building their own house and putting a little bit of money in, and then they were given a house at the end of the program. So that's helped people all over Price Hill. We just did a couple of them in Lower Price Hill. So yeah, I don't want to be like this cool hipster neighborhood where everyone moves out except young people. We like diversity of age and race and socioeconomic. That's what makes it so cool. And I guess I could speak more to that.
Sure. I see in here we have individuals asking about the port and other things real estate related.
Okay. So what do you mean other things real estate related?
It was just a answer or a question in the private chat. It said, can Councilmember Sunderman share her thoughts about the port and other things real estate?
I mean, what specifically about the port?
Our question asker, can you please elaborate just a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, we work with the port on figuring out what is built in different places. I wouldn't want everything to be, I mean, like I said before, I don't want every area to be redone so it's all a bunch of rich people. Part of the reason why we moved to Price Hill is because we were priced out of our East Side neighborhood. We want to live in an affordable neighborhood. We don't want to live in a neighborhood where we're priced out of it either.
All right. We have one question in the queue. I'm going to unmute Felicia. 1 second, Felicia. You are live. Go ahead.
Hi, Betsy. My name is Felicia Bell. I am a local real estate investor, a real estate agent, as well as the president of the Real Estate Investors Association of Greater Cincinnati. I think I just missed you coming in, worked with Councilman Sittenfeld earlier this year to align on a strategy for the rental registration work. And or no, I'm sorry, not rental registration, the security deposit legislation to get to a point where we could agree on a solution for that. And so we just kind of crossed paths, but I wanted to get your perspective on building a relationship with housing providers. I know there's still some work we feel like needs to be done with land contracts and some of the things in the tenant and landlord legislation, but would like to better understand what your position is on some of those things, as well as what specific committees that you are working on council that have to do with housing, if any. I think she's still muted, Jordan.
Oh, thank you. I was trying to mute myself while she was talking. My staff just yelled out, "We love Felicia." They love you. So that's good. No, I think the security deposit legislation was a great idea. So actually, my husband is a city lawyer and he deals with landlord tenant stuff. That's all I hear about all day, all night. So I am very familiar with all of these issues. And one of my husband's jobs is he goes around and he helps train landlords on what they're legally allowed to do and what they are not allowed to do to tenants. So I absolutely believe that's a good thing to do. We need to tell tenants what their rights are. We need to tell landlords what their rights are. So I'm a lawyer. I love when people follow the law. I'm on the neighborhoods committee, which will touch on that. I'm on the budget committee, which hits on everything. I'm on the economic growth and zoning committee, which would definitely overlap with that. So hopefully I'll be able to help a lot with those issues.
Awesome, thank you. I look forward to continuing to build a relationship with council. The Real Estate Investors Association, as you will soon learn, if not already, represents over 900 members. So it's critical for us to make sure that we keep the conversation going.
Yeah, well, we'll see how everybody comes out of this now that no one had any money for a month or two, and we'll see once the eviction court opens back up and what we're dealing with exactly.
Yep. So thank you. Thank you for being here.
I would love to meet with you individually also.
Absolutely.
I will be sure to connect you guys virtually, offline for that connection as well. Councilmember Sunderman, we truly appreciate your time. I don't think we have any more questions that I see, so I don't want to hold you up. I know you guys have had a busy day and an early morning that was called early for you guys. So we really appreciate you making the time. Again, we appreciate your office working with us as well as with our host, Vice Mayor Snitherman's office. We truly are very thankful for the work that you're doing. Do you have anything that you'd like to say in closing?
I've had fun working with Mr. Kearney's wife so far. She's been really great to me.
Yes.
I'm really excited to have more lawyers around. So hopefully we can get stuff done in a non-emotional, non-confrontational way.
Yeah, Erica's clapping to that. That's great. Well, thank you so much for being here. Right. We are excited for what's to come. And thank you for working with the chamber. We truly appreciate it. And we'll talk soon. So thank you, Betsy.
Thanks for having me.
Councilman Sunderman. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
All right. So if you can believe it, we are almost done with virtual City Hall Day. Each and every one of you, I need you to take both hands and I need you to clap for yourself right now, okay? Because this is something that has never been done before with the African American Chamber. And when we were told that we were going to have to be at home, okay, and work remotely, one of the first things we talked about is how are we going to make City Hall Day a success and make it happen. And the one thing that we knew that we could count on was you guys. Truly, our member base, our attendees are truly one of a kind. I swear by it, okay? We have engaged members. We have awesome members that are always researching, looking out for us, and leaning on us. And I think the beautiful thing about the chamber is that it goes both ways. We can only do as much as we know, okay? And the more we know, the more we can do. And I think that, you know, with our great leadership from our board, and especially our board chairman, Jason Dunn, as well as our president and CEO, Eric H. Kearney, we are able to do phenomenal things. We've had a lot of news coverage for a lot of different programs, a lot of different items that we've had going. And if you would like any of that information that was shared by Eric today, all of that information is on our YouTube channel, okay? On African-American-Chamber.com. And then if you go to YouTube directly, if you type in African American Chamber, you will actually be able to see that. Some of you, I know I got to you in the private messages about our survey for today. It is beautiful because it is a Google form, okay? No more of these paper things. And I know all of you know what this is. If you've come to the chamber before, okay, we used to have these paper forms. Unfortunately, we do not have it in our budget for stamps and envelopes for you to mail these out and mail them back to us, okay? And I know each and every one of you would if it did arrive at your house. So we decided to take it to the virtual space, and we are now using Google Forms for our surveys. If I did not get to you, don't worry, okay? I need you to do 3 things for me before you get off of this chat, okay? I need you to do 3 things. If you have not introduced yourself and dropped your information in the chat, I need you to do so now, okay? Please do not be shy. Most of you have been with us here all day long. And the one thing that we have to do is connect, okay? We are stronger together. And when we have a voice that is in unison, we are heard. And the beautiful thing about our flyer for today was, and it was coined by our president and CEO, Eric Kearney, is let your voice be heard. And I think that that's super important. So I need you to stop right now, drop your information in the chat. Even if you did it before, we have new people and they will not see your old stuff. So drop it in the chat again for me, okay? Even if you just copy and paste it, okay? Even if you just copy and paste it. We are super, super excited to have you here today. If you have questions about today, okay, this is your second homework. If you have questions about today or would like more information about something that you heard, or I promised you that I would connect you with that individual offline, I have not done so in the chat, please reach out to me, okay? My email is Jordan, Jourdan, @African-American-Chamber.com. I will drop it again in the chat for us as well. We will not end this meeting immediately, so that way you guys have an opportunity to do all that, as well as pull any information out of the chat that you would like. This has been recorded. We will be adding it to our website, okay, and to our YouTube channel, which is greatly pushed through by our amazing, amazing team at MDI. So before we wrap up, I would like to turn the floor over to our Greater Cincinnati Realtist Association Vice President, Derek Dansby, before we have closing remarks for our President and CEO, Eric Kearney. Derek, I am unmuting you now. Give me 1 second. And you are live, sir.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me just fine? All right, good. I just want to, just first of all, thank the Greater Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky African American Chamber of Commerce. I mean, what a day. I mean, it's really hard, for me to really kind of put some good words to this other than wow, but that really sums it up for me. I mean, this has been awesome. I've had an opportunity. I've been on since 9:30. I jumped off to handle some business and got back on. And I think that's really what the true spirit of what, doing these town halls and and the ability to do it virtually provides us with. It provides us with the opportunity to jump in and jump out of conversations and to be in multiple places at multiple times. So thank you to the Greater Cincinnati African American Chamber, the board, for your leadership and providing the directive to the staff to work this way. Brother Eric Kearney, thank you again for your leadership, for helping Black businesses during such trying times, being the beacon that we need, because to be honest with you, we really don't know who to call, who to talk to right now. It's a very, very frustrating and kind of, just unknowing time for everybody. So the videos are helpful. These Zoom meetings are helpful, knowing that you guys are out there working, trying to find dollars that we can get to connected to directly. Because, you know, the reality of the situation is a lot of our businesses, it's just us or us and 2 or 3 other people. You know, we don't have a big, huge staff. We don't have these banking relationships set up with these larger banks to have our applications already lined up and ready to go, like a number of other businesses were able to, and then they ran out of money. So I'm happy to know that the Chamber's working with, you know, Mortar, the city council members to get these dollars out. And I thank you for that, and just hope that you guys can just get that out as soon as humanly possible. I also want to thank our members of the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association who jumped on and participated today. You know, this is a very important aspect to what we do in terms of dramatically increasing the number of African-American homeowners and being an advocate for democracy and housing. You know, we can't do it without the work from the Chamber, and we can't do it without the people down at City Hall, at the county, and others. So this allows us an opportunity to get out there and to really let our voice be heard, that the things and the situations that we have going on economically, they're not going to change overnight. And in order for us to grow as a city and as a people, we have to build wealth. And home ownership is probably the easiest and easiest opportunity and most achievable opportunity for a number of our individuals and families that we have out there. And we want to make sure that we're doing our part to make that happen. And then thirdly, I just want to thank Jordan. You've done a heck of a job, brother, you know, facilitating this day, putting the agenda together, keeping it going, reading the chat questions, chiming people in, chiming people out. So, you know, to you, Jordan, I appreciate your hard work, and I'm looking forward to the Realtors continuing to work with the Greater Cincinnati African American Chamber. And then just finally, you know, I've just been scrolling through, looking at all the people who come on here and jumped off. I mean, amazing. Just wow, just amazing that we were able to get this up and going. And I think we kind of put this together, what, Thursday or Friday? And then, you know, 4 business days later, we're here with over 110 people and so far. So thank you all for joining in. Spread the word. Let people know that this is an opportunity out there for you, that you were able to get engaged and talking and hearing directly from city council people. We need to make sure that all of these types of events are always very well attended. So on behalf of the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association, I just want to thank everyone for all your help, all your participation, as well as your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tariq. Very kind words, and it's truly been a pleasure working with the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association. I can say from my very first day in 2019, I got introduced to the Greater Cincinnati Realtors Association in my very first week. I think it was my day 3. I started on a Wednesday, and you guys were there on Friday. And before I was knee deep in my work, I was getting asked what I wanted for lunch. And I'll go back and I'll say this again. You can trust people that are willing to feed you, that will feed you good food too, okay? They made sure I had exactly what I ordered, okay? And I mean, being a foodie, all right, that means the world to me, okay? You're speaking my love language there, all right? Conscious Kitchen was the bomb that day, and I will never, ever, ever forget that. So you guys were truly a part of my very first days, along with Prince Johnson and a handful of you others. And I really, really appreciate all the things that the Realtors are doing, the way that you guys open your arms to the other individuals that are in our space, like the Real program. We truly, truly, truly thank you for your leadership, for your continued support of the Chamber, for the utilization of our facility, and even for the in-person. You guys don't just call me, you don't just email me, you don't just text me, you guys show up. And I that truly means the world to me. Dave Van Gassett, I know he's on the line as well. That's my guy. So one of the very first individuals I met with the Realtors group and introduced himself. So I really, really appreciate you guys and all that you're doing. And thank you for helping make magic today, because we truly.
And I just want to acknowledge real quick, you know, you mentioned our president, Dave Van Gassett, he's on the line. Our treasurer, Anne Marie Alexander, she's also on the line. Our secretary, Marcus Parrish, he's also on the line. And we've had, I know, a number of other of our Realtors members jump on today. So I want to thank y'all. I'm sorry I can't name all of y'all right now. we want to thank all of y'all for joining in and participating.
Thank you, guys. Now we will have some closing words from our president, CEO, Eric H. Kearney, and then I will do a little bit more housekeeping, drop some gems on you after that, and then I will let you go on about your day. So, Derek, I am muting you, and Eric Kearney, I am turning it over to you, and then we will have any questions that you guys may have. We will drop those for you. We will allow you an opportunity to ask those questions here on this forum too. Okay, so don't run away. If you would like to say something, we're more than willing to hear you, okay? Give me 1 second to unmute Eric. Okay, maybe Eric.
Now.
I got
Am
you.
I?
Okay, there you go.
Hey, in stereo. Okay, thank you all very much. Really appreciate it. First time we've done it, as Jordan has mentioned, but as always, we always kill City Hall Day. Thank you so much to our great friends at the Realtist. And we love having the Realtist come by, so make sure you all come on by, use the facility. Really, really appreciate it, and willing to help you all in any way that we can. Want to make sure that we thank Jordan. He's done an excellent job. There was a lot of moving parts, and he was able to handle it, and did an excellent job. Really did an excellent job of balancing everybody and doing all of that. So thank you to Jordan. Also want to thank the team at the African American Chamber of Commerce. I introduced them earlier, but I don't know if they're on. I know some of them are still on, but if they are, maybe, I don't know, maybe they can wave their hand or do something like that. Deborah Renee Davis, who is our MBAC director. We have Marlene Fout. Marlene is out in Piketon and helps out there. We have Henrietta Hunter-Shepherd, who does the city and state contracts. We have Alex M. Thomas. Get to know Alex. She is our membership director, membership concierge, membership omnipresent person. So if you have any questions about membership, if you would like to join, you can see Alex and she will talk to you. And we have Christy Clement Williams. We always need sponsorships, particularly now. So please reach out to Christy. All of our team, you can go to our website, find out their email address, or you can call 751-9900, 513-751-9900, and hunt through the voicemail and leave a message. So that would be another way that you can reach out to our team. But want to make sure that that I thank everybody on our team for doing a great job with this. And I know Carl Satterwhite is on the line, and want to thank Carl for being there, and thank you for his support of the African American Chamber. We're going to go through a tough period of time with this budget, as many of the council members said. So we really need you as our friends to remind City Council about how important the work is that we do, and how important Black, minority, women, small businesses are to the Cincinnati economy. We add more than the big guys, right? So make sure you tell people and let people know that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'll stop talking so you can have more of your day back.
Thank you so much, Eric. We really appreciate your leadership and guidance, and especially during this time. I think that one of the many reasons why we've been super successful during these times and helping our members navigate is the ability to communicate daily and have a lot of the tech pieces in place before all this happened. So Zoom was something that we kind of had to learn, but we were quickly learning exactly how to utilize it, how to protect our attendees as well, because we didn't want to have any issues there either. We wanted you guys to feel safe and welcomed as you come to these programs. So I thank everyone for joining us today. If you have not received the link to the survey, I will be reaching out to you. I believe I have almost everyone's email address. If you are a call-in person or you are watching on a replay, please reach out to me. I can be reached at Jordan, JOURDAN, at African-AmericanChamber.com. I'd like to hear your feedback about today. I'd like to hear about the replay as well, if you're watching us on the replay. And if you have any questions or need any sort of contacts offline as well, if I can connect you with anyone at City Hall. This has truly been an awesome day. I have not spent this much time with so many people in months. I'm going to tell my mother today that I hung out with over 100 people. She's going to freak out, and then I'm going to tell her the amazing work that we all did today, okay, to make sure that we let our voices be heard and that we are out here fighting for, for what we want to know about. Because a big thing for us now is just that lack of information and access, as Derek and Eric have both said. Allow the chamber to help you navigate. We are doing great things. As always, we have programs coming up next week. Okay, we've moved some things around. Some of our presenters, Aku Williams specifically, is getting his work at TriHealth is being maneuvered around. So we are bringing his program to you next week. We also have a program scheduled with Gary Davis of Water Lily Learning Center and Gary Davis Consulting. So please stay tuned to our calendar. We look forward to having you guys again and hosting more opportunities like this on Zoom, especially in the large capacity. So thank you all for your time today. I want to go back through, and feel free to jump off if you don't want to hear me go back through, but I'm going to go back through and I'm going to shout everybody out because our replay viewers will not get to see the chat, unfortunately. So I know Eric Ellis was talking about community banks and credit unions receive money specifically. If you would like to ask any questions during this time, please feel free to raise your hand. We have Amber Twitty, President and CEO of Dorothy Grace Consulting. She would like to be included into the port conversation. Of course, we will make sure that happens. Felicia said the same thing as well. We will be sure to make that happen as well for you too. Let's see. Alicia Fraser said, great moderating. Thank you, or Alice, I'm sorry. Thank you, Alice. I really appreciate that. We've got Dion Stewart of Delgado Nation in the building as well. Let's see. We've got Juan Hartley here today. Tamara Lang, who is our Director of Community Relations for UC Health. Thank you for UC Health for being in the building. Kiana Williams is here as well. Bertie Ray, the third of Switch. Thank you so much for being here. Ron DeLions of Creekwood Energy. We're super happy to have you here. Juan's correcting my name. No problem. I'm Jordan, wherever it's spelled. It's all right. Great virtual City Hall Day. Thank you guys so much. Sean Crosby, a Cincinnati Claims Director for the Ohio Bureau of Workers' Comp. Thank you so much for being here, Sean. And thank you so much for the Bureau of Workers' Comp for showing up and showing out today. You guys have really, 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 really been an added bonus to this. We're so happy to have you here. And then let's see, Demita Jennings. Thank you of JQS Jennings Quality Services, LLC. Thank you for being here as well. Kendra Evans of U Bath and Body. Thank you for being here. She's a photographer. Let's see, Alice Frazier of A&F Associates. Of course, our Director of Transformative Initiatives and Sponsorships, Christy Clement Williams. We have LaShante Lewis, who owns Little Steps Daycare and BQ Properties, Rehab and Investing. Of course, we have Gary Davis, as I've shouted out. Thank you so much for your constant support, Gary Davis. Shantiana Benson, thank you for the comments and compliments. We also in here also have email address for our membership director, Alex Thomas, as well as direct phone number and email for Christy Clement Williams. Thank you all so much for being here today. We truly appreciate you in this momentous occasion of our very first virtual City Hall Day. And I say this after every single program. We are going to continue to keep things virtual even when we get back into the physical space. So please, 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 if you need us, please let us know if we can help out. If you need help connecting offline, I will have no problem doing that. Please feel free to reach out to us. This video will be available in a couple of days. However, it is several hours, as you all know, so it will take a second for it to convert. So as soon as it's converted, we will push it onto YouTube, and that'll take a second. So give us a couple of days to get it there, but this will be live, so you'll be able to send it out and reference it. So thank you so much for coming out. If you need us, please contact us. Have a great day. Happy Wednesday. See ya.